This is a pillow that your child or grandchild will use every night. It's a pet with a purpose. Every pillow pad is made of ultra-soft, high-quality chenille fabric. The heavy-duty stitching ensures years of enjoyment, and they're even machine washable. Pillow pets are so soft and huggable. All it takes is one hug, and your child or grandchild will fall in love with their pillow pet. Over 1 million kids are already enjoying their very own pillow pets. Every pillow pet is so cute and unique. The hardest part is choosing which one to get. Go online to www.pillowpets.com to see the full selection of pillow pets. If you have a birthday, holiday, or special occasion coming up, pillow pets make the perfect $20 gift. Imagine your child or grandchild's face when they get their pillow pet. Pillow pets come with a full 60-day money-back guarantee. So go online right now to www.pillowpets.com. That's www.pillowpets.com. Adopt your pillow pet today.
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on is available without a prescription at retailers nationwide.
You're about to be mesmerized. It's here. It's wild. It's sweeping the nation. It's Fushigi!
I really don't like that commercial. All right, what up, everybody? It's William the Dragon here. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're watching a continuation from the last part, which was same stream. This is the same stream as the last part. We just watched Archer show back up and fuck everything up. So, you know, that sucked. I took a quick break, you know, stretch my legs, got a snack. Let's just continue. I set a futon out in the living room and laid the unconscious Elia on it. She may have fainted, but her face is peaceful at least.
ほら、よそ見しない。包帯がずれるじゃない。
I feel a hand slap the back of my head.
父さんが、お
Slap
前
my
怪
back.
我人になんてことしやがるんだ。
うるさい。人がせっかく手当てしてあげてるんだから、少しはおとなしくしてなさいっての。
Fucking YouTube nerds. Hello.
ほら、右手あげて。
So did you just get wallpaper
もう必要ない
engine
とは
then?
思うけど、一応こっちにも薬塗っとくから。
冷たいってそれ。
触覚があるってことは平気な証拠よ。はい、次包帯ね。
He wraps the bandage around my right shoulder with surprising skill. It's past 10. After our battle with Caster, Tosaka began treating my wounds as soon as we got back in the living room. Well, she started, but most of my wounds have already healed, so now she's just fussing over me.
はい、おしまい。にしても、ほんとデタラメな体ね。それだけの治癒能力を持ってるのは吸血鬼ぐらいなものよ。
It's true.
あなた、本当に人間？
What was the question? Did you get wallpaper engine? I think she said something similar before.
あのな、俺はまっとうな人間だよ。俺だってどうしてこんななのか知らないんだから、聞かれたってわかるもんか。
冗談。まっとうな人間が脊髄切られてピンシャンしてるかっていうのよ。
Yeah, no, that's what I said. You are like beyond, like, even if you lived, you're beyond fucked.
便利だからあえて追求しなかったけど、いい加減不気味になってきたわ。もしかしてあんた、首を切られない限り死なない土地の出だったりしない？
The scary thing here is that Tosaka is serious. One of these days, she might actually try for my neck with an axe.
ね？セイバーだってそう思うでしょ？原因はセイバーだとは思うんだけど、それにしたって不死身すぎるっていうか。は、シローの治癒能力はシローのものではないのですか？そんなわけないじゃない。強化の一つ覚えのシローがそんな高等技術をマスターしてると思う？こいつのデタラメぶりは間違いなくあなたとつながってるからよ。セイバーの自己回復能力がそのままシローに流れてるんじゃない？そうなのでしょうか。今までそのようなつながりは感じませんでしたが、それならば
今も私の魔力はシローに流れていなければおかしいですし、第一、私の自然治癒はシローほど強くはあります。
セイバー、どうしたの？いきなり青ざめた顔しちゃって。
Saber starts off in space, apparently not even hearing Tosaka. Hold on. Now I need to know what the name of the scabbard was. I was refraining from saying it because it was kind of obvious, but name of Excalibur scabbard. It's Avalon. You know what's really funny? Fucking because I've been playing this game, the first thing that came up was the Type Moon wiki. Type Moon, for people in chat, is the name of the people who made the game.
まさか、そんなはずは。
Saber shakes her head and looks down. Sokka and I exchange looks. Saber's acting weird. Actually, I know why. Ever since that golden night appeared, Saber's been pretty down.
まあ、シローのことは保留にしておきましょう。それよりセイバー、あなたさっきのやつと顔見知りだったの？あの金ピカ、セイバーが自分のものだとか言ってたけど。
Saber doesn't answer. She obviously doesn't want to talk about it. But I still want to know. She kind of has to talk about it. It's Sokka asking the questions I want answers to.
セイバー、知っているなら教えてくれ。さっきのあいつは何だったんだ？セイバーはあいつのことをアーチャーと言っていただろう。
はい。認めたくはありませんが、私は彼を知っています。ですがそれはありえない。サーバントは7人だけです。彼が召喚されるはずがない。
サーバント？やっぱりあいつサーバント
That
な
man
の
was
か？
not a servant. That's pretty obvious. That could be a real problem for us.
彼のクラスはアーチャーです。もちろんリンが契約したアーチャーとは全く別の英霊で、その能力も英雄としての気質もあまりに違いますが。
Tell. I only saw him briefly, but it was more than enough to get a sense of what a monster he is. So it's not our archer, it's a different
おかし
archer.
いわよそれ。あいつがアーチャーのサーバントならそれで8人目よ。一つの期間で召喚できるサーバントは7人が限度のはずでしょ。数が減ったから補充するなんてことは絶対にない。そもそも7人以上の召喚は聖杯だって魔力が持たないわ。サーバントが7人っていうのはそれが一度に呼び出せる限度数だからでしょ。なら
Also, there aren't
8
7
人目は
servants
ど
at
う
the
したっ
moment.
て呼び出すって。待った。セイバー、あなた前回の戦いであいつと出会ったの？
その通りです、リン。前回の聖杯戦争における最後の一日、火の海の中で私は彼と戦った。
For a moment, my entire body tenses. Saber fought in a sea of fire? This is nothing new. I already heard from Kodomine that the fire was caused by the Holy Grail War, so it shouldn't be a surprise. I've been trying to not think about it all this time.
決着は？あなた、あいつをきちんと倒したの？
倒してはいません。いいえ、倒すことはできなかった。なぜなら私は
逆にあいつに任された。今回とは違う。きちんと召喚されて敵なしだったあなたが勝てなかった相手ね。
Saber hangs her head, but doesn't answer. It's the answer enough.
セイバーが勝てなかった？
Not this imperfect Saber hobbled by my weakness, but Saber with nothing holding her back? Is that even possible? If you consider her expressly in terms of strength as a swordsman, Saber isn't invincible. She was weaker than Berserker, but Saber has her noble phantasm. The other servants' noble phantasms are powerful, but Saber exceeds them all. It's hard to believe that there could be a hero in this world that her sacred sword can't defeat.
それじゃあ決まりよ。あいつ今回の戦いで呼ばれたサーバントじゃなくて、前回からそのまま残ったサーバントなんじゃない？そうでなければ辻褄が合わないもの。
That explains it, because he said it's been 10 years for me and not for you, but you kept me waiting. So if he used the Holy Grail, if the winner of the previous Holy Grail was kept alive for whatever reason and was able to attack and whatnot and to live his normal ass life, then 10 years would have passed normally for him and he would have retained all of his power, I guess. So he's literally the previous archer. My mind stops working. It's not that I agree with Tosaka's assessment, but she just described what I believe I've been hoping could be possible since yesterday.
ですがそれは。
ですがも何もないわ。それ以外に説明がつかないんだから。一度の聖杯戦争で呼び出せるのは7人だけ。それ以外のサーバントがいるとしたら、それは前回生き残った勝者だけじゃなくて？
There's a heavy silence. Yet, why does Tosaka look so pleased?
父さん、何が嬉しいんだよ、お前。
当然じゃない。だって前例がいてくれたのよ。あいつが何者か知らないけど、要するに前回の戦いで最後まで勝ち残ったサーバントなんでしょ？ならあいつは聖杯を手に入れたのよ。で、その恩恵でずっと世界に残ってる。つまり聖杯さえ手に入れればサーバントを世界に留めておけるっていう見本じゃない。あいつをとっ捕まえて詳しい話を聞きたいぐらいよ。
That's not gonna happen. You're absolutely right, Tosaka. I don't know who the heck that guy is, but he's a servant and he's remained in this world since the previous war. Which means there's a way for Saber to do the same.
とまあ、あいつが何者で何が目的かは不明だけど、倒すべき敵には変わりなさそうね。セイバー、それであいつの正体は何なの？
わかりません。
それがわからないのです。前回の戦いでも私は最後まで彼の正体がつかめなかった。あの英雄にはシンボルとなる宝具が存在しなかった。
シンボルとなる宝具が存在しない？
Does that mean he had...
そんなバカな話があるもんか。宝具がないサーバントなんてサーバントじゃないだろ。
That's not what she said. What she said is that he didn't have a noble phantasm specific to him, which means he used multiple, which is bad.
何よりあいつはさっき。
そうよ、さっき山ほど使ってたじゃない。あれだけあれば正体を探るなんて造作もないでしょ。宝具の形状から該当する英雄を探せばいいんだから。
では聞きますが、リンは先ほどの宝具に一つでも見覚えはありましたか？
They were all swords and spears that looked different.
そんなの当然じゃない。
Tosaka thinks hard for a moment. She folds her arms over her chest, frowning, and then just tilts her head in confusion.
嘘、そんなはずない。
どうした？
Now, did she figure it out?
何が嘘なんだ？
信じられない。あの血に濡れてたのは多分ダインスレフで、鎌っぽいのはハルペイよね。
Okay, that was Caster, I assume. They're referring to Caster. I don't know who Danslef is. if you Google Dance Left, the first thing that comes up is Genshin Impact. Dan's Left, Danny's heirloom. Dan's heirloom is King Hagu's sword, according to the Snorri-Sturluson account of the battle known as account of the Battle of. I can't pronounce that because that is Nordic, and I can't read that. I feel like that's not right though. Okay, with the... Nope, this is Greek and Roman. No, okay, all right. No, I misunderstood what was happening. So what she's saying is she's identifying a lot of the weapons, and now she's confused because she identified a lot of the weapons. So she's identified a lot of the weapons as different types of weapons. I was confused because Harpe is Greek and Dance Life is Nordic, and that's two separate religions or cultures.
なんか中華っぽいやつもあったし、お不動産のあれもあったような。
Tosaka looks almost crazed as she mutters to herself. She looks a bit like she's tumbling down a rabbit hole.
あれなんかセーバーの剣に似てたけど別物のはずよ。ああいう素朴なデザインは北欧っぽかったし、そういえば大抵の魔剣の原型って北欧だって話だけど。
She's even starting to grind her teeth.
おい、遠さが。
Leaving her to her own devices will do more harm than good. If I don't stop her now, we'll end up paying the price later, especially me.
遠さか、いいから戻ってこい。
ああ、もう黙っててよシロ。あんたがチャチャ入れるから頭が混乱してきたじゃない。
いや、チャチャを入れるつもりはない。あいつの宝具のことだろ。形状だけで言うなら、ダインスレフとハルペ、デュランダルに、
バジュラに、アルタバーグ、
ボルグ、
あ
とゲイボルクもあったか。なんか中華っぽかったのはさすがにわからないけど、有名どころは
even we
そんなもの
recognize
じゃなか
some?
ったか。
Good job, Shiro.
それ合ってる。
But that doesn't make sense. How does he have all of them? I don't love the face she's making. It leaves me feeling even worse. I don't know how much, but I just blurted out what leaped into my head.
けど、それってどういうことよ。そんなデタラメな数の宝具を持ってる英雄なんていないわ。いえ、そもそも出典がごちゃ混ぜでもう何が何だか。
ええ、ですから私も彼の正体は分からなかった。英雄の証となる宝具をあの男は湯水のように持っているのです。あまりにも数がありすぎるため、アーチャーの正体を絞り込むことはできなかった。
That's very bad. The two looked perplexed. Well, with so many noble phantasms, we have no hope of determining who he is. It's like hiding a leaf in a forest.
シロ、あんたなんかないの？
What the fuck do you want me to say? Tosaka obviously had no clues at me, expecting I'm not sure what. She's taking her frustration out on me, I guess.
なんかないのってなんだよ。
だから気づいたこととか推理とか、とにかく瞬間的なひらめきよ。
Bro, I'm just confused as you. I got stabbed,
私たちに必要なも
son.
のは意外性のある意見なの。行き詰まった事態を解決するのは空前だけなんだから。
She may be right.
なるほど。お前、俺のことバカにしてるだろ。
失礼ね。戦力外だと思ってるだけよ。で、どうなの？
お手上げ。
Or raise my hands up and surrender. Tosaka groans.
なると結論は一つね。セイバー、あいつが使ってた宝具はみんな偽物だと思わない？
She's gonna say no,
そう
they
で
were
も
all
なければ
real.
説明がつかないでしょ。
同意見です。ですが、
いや、あれ偽物じゃないぞ。
How did I figure that out? Besides, fake no phantasms wouldn't have harmed Caster.
エミヤ君、その根拠は？
だからあれは本物だって。むしろ他のが偽物っぽい。いや、あくまで直感なんだ。うまく説明できないんだけど、あれは全部本物だぞ。ランサーの持ってるゲイボルクはもちろん本物だけど、さっきのやつが使った槍もゲイボルクの本物だと思う。
That's what I'm confused on. How the fuck did he get that? What? Her making a face like that isn't explaining this any easier. It doesn't help that I have no idea how I know this. I just know all of his noble phantasms are real. I can feel it. Maybe it's because I used projection during the battle against Berserker? After seeing all those noble phantasms, I can tell they're all real. A great weapon is imbued with specific concepts, while the limitations lack something. I learned that much when I replicated Saber's sword. In that regard, I think all the noble phantasms that servant had were perfect.
まあ、シローの発言はとりあえず置いておいて。あいつの正体がわからない以上、次は目的なんだけど。
What is our next move? He said something talking about Saber with something, but what the fuck was... he waited 10 years for what? What is he talking about, Saber? Sasaka sneaks a glance at Saber.
あいつも聖杯を狙ってるのは当然として、気になる点がもう一つあるのよね。セイバー、はっきり聞いていいかしら。
Why does she always have to that mischievous look when it comes to topics like this?
それはどういう意味でしょうか、リン。尋ねたいことがあるのならば、遠慮することはありませんが。
なら聞くけど、セイバーはあいつをどう思ってるの？あいつの言いぶりからすると、どうもセイバーにお熱のようだったけど。
I'm not following Tosaka's lead, but I sneak a glance towards Saber. I don't think Tosaka has it wrong. He seemed obsessed with Saber. Actually, it's beyond being obsessed. From the very beginning, he only saw Saber in as his possession.
彼が何を考えているかなど、私の知るところではありません。ですが、前回の戦いの折、求婚された覚えはあります。無論、剣と共に切って捨てましたが。
Propose? You mean that kind of proposal? The heck is the servant thinking?
この場合喜ぶべきか微妙だけど、それなりに悪い気はしないんじゃない？サーバントになってからも求愛されるなんて女冥利に尽きるってもんじゃない。
そのようなことはありません。もとより私にそんな自由はない。私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることです。正直あのようなざれ言は勘に触ります。
Sorry, I rolled over my fucking headphone cord with my chair.
そう？セイバーはそうでも、あいつはかなりご執心だったじゃない。あの手のタイプはね、相手が断っても一向に答えないんだから。セイバーも頑固だし、いっそああいうやつの方がお似合いかもよ。
She tried to piss us off? Sasaka's being irresponsible, so I'm not sure why she looks so amused. Sasaka looks like she's happy to have a conversation like this with Saber, even though Saber seems disinterested.
ですからそのようなことに関心はないと言っているでしょう。彼は確かに優れた英霊ですが、私とは考え方が違いすぎる。
Saber's responses are at least sincere.
へえ、だってさシロ、セイバーは男なんて関心がないんだって。安心した？
リン、今のはシローには関係のない話だと思います。今の発言はどこかおかしい。
There's plenty of logic there.
でしょうね。今のは私の出現だったわ。けど何がおかしいのかって、おかしいことがおかしいわけ。
Tosaka laughs menacingly. Her eyes make it clear that she's laughing at me as much as Saber. I don't know what's pissing me off, but I get up without a word.
ちょっとどこ行くのよシロ。
お茶、喉が渇いたから。ついてだから人数分入れてくる。
I huff and head towards the kitchen. I don't know why, but I'm just irritated, so I decided to make a super bitter tea for Tosaka.
それじゃあとりあえず部屋に戻るわ。込み入った話は明日イリアが起きてからにしましょう。
After teasing Saber for a good while, Tosaka gulps down her bitter tea and gets up.
ああ、さっさと寝ちまえ。間違っても戻ってくるなよ。
はいはい。それじゃああとはよろしくね。
I don't know why she's so amused, but Tosaka's mood seems good even as she turns back to the outbuilding.
シローはどうするのです？傷が癒えたと言っても無理は禁物ですから、今夜は休むべきではないでしょうか。
ああ、そのつもりだ。けどもう少しイリアを見ている。問題がないようだったら和室に移して、そしたら寝るよ。
そうですか。それではそれまで私も付き添います。
That's where our conversation ends. Tosaka was the one making all the noise, so it's gotten awkward now that it's quiet. Well, it's not that it's awkward. I'm anxious because there's so many questions rattling around in my head, and so many things I want to say. Come to think of it, I haven't really been able to talk to Saber. About the Holy Grail, about her not being dead, about how even if she obtains the Holy Grail, there is no salvation for her. There's no need to explain why. She still doesn't have a wish for herself.
セイバー、さっきの話なんだが。
Our eyes meet. Hers tells me that she knows what I want to say.
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
She tries to divert what I have said with her quiet tone, but I have to talk to her.
だからさっきの話だ。遠坂も言っていたけど、聖杯を手に入れればサーバントはこっちに残れるんだろ。なら。
いいえ、私は残るつもりはありません。聖杯を手に入れれば元の私に戻るだけです。
それで王の選定をやり直すっていうのか。死にかけた自分を救わずに初めからやり直すのか。
はい。国を守るのは王の責務です。私の力が及ばなかったのですから、せめてふさわしい王を選び直さなければなりません。
She says this like she's talking about a stranger. For some reason, I get real mad.
このバカ！いい加減目を覚ませ！王の責務なんて関係ない。セイバーはこうしてここにいるんだから、あとは自分のやりたいことだけやってればいいんだ。
But that is what she wants to do.
セイバーは強いんだろ。ならさっさと戦いを終わらせて聖杯を手に入れてサーバントなんてやめればいい。願い事があるんなら昔に戻ってやり直しなんかするな。自分を変えたいんなら昔じゃなくて今から取り戻す方法を取れってんだ。
Saber doesn't answer. She sighs.
シロ、しつこいです。その話はもうやめてほしい。
She rejects what I said outright.
それに聖杯があればこの時代に残れるというわけでもありません。アーチャー、あのサーバントは聖杯を手に入れたから残っているわけではない。なぜなら前回の戦いで聖杯を得られるはずがないのですから。
セイバー、それはどういう。
ないものは手に入れようがないでしょう。あの日町が炎に包まれた時、聖杯は破壊されたのです。私を裏切ったマスターエミやキリツグによって。
Oh, me. What? The edges of my vision go dark. I nearly fall backwards, but I catch myself with both hands.
エミやキリツグだって。
はい、
Yeah. Oh.
10年前、前回の聖杯戦争における私のマスターは彼でした。私とキリツグは最後まで勝ち残り、聖杯はキリツグの手に渡った。アーチャーとそのマスターはまだ残っていましたから、あとは彼らを倒すだけで聖杯戦争は終了するはずだった。ですがキリツグは聖杯を捨てたのです。その結果、町は火に包まれました。あの男は私に命じて聖杯を破壊させた。聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけですから。キリツグは最後の霊樹を使って私の手で強制的に聖杯を破壊させたのです。聖杯が失われてはサーバントはこの世にとどまれない。キリツグも私をとどめようとは思わなかった。私の記憶はそこまでです。あのアーチャーとの決着も私を裏切ったキリツグを問いただすこともできなかった。
It's not like I never thought about it. The old man was a mage. If he lived in this town, he could have been involved in a Holy Grail war. But still.
なんでそれを言わなかったんだ、セイバー。親父が前のマスターだったって。
通常サーバントというのは以前の記憶など持ちませんし、同じ英霊がサーバントとして召喚されることもない。私はサーバントとしては異例です。ですからこの件に関しては口に出すべきではないと判断したのです。それにシローにはキリツグがどんなマスターだったのかを語るのは気が進まなかった。
気が進まなかったって。
Was he an asshole?
どうして。
シロー、あなたが私の過去を夢見たように私もあなたの過去を見てしまった。あなたのことにも驚きましたが、キリツグの変わりようも私には信じられなかった。シローの記憶にいるエミやキリツグは立派な人物です。ですが私の記憶にある彼はそのような人物ではなかった。一言で言ってしまえば彼は典型的な魔術師だった。己が目的にしか興味はなく、阻むものは何であろうと排除する。およそ人間らしい感情など彼には見当たらなかった。私が戦いを通して話しかけられたのは3度だけです。
Wow.
それが何であるかは言うまでもないとは思いますが、残忍というわけではなかったし、殺人鬼というわけでもなかった。けれど彼には情というものが存在しなかった。キリツグが私を道具として扱ったように、彼本人もまた自身を道具としてしか見ていなかった。キリツグはあらゆる感情を殺し、あらゆる敵を殺した。
Just like you did?
そこまでして信じたものが何であったのかは私にはわからない。ただ その目的であった聖杯を前にして、彼は私に破壊を命じた。告白すれば、あの時ほどレイジの存在を呪ったことも、私を裏切った相手を呪ったこともありません。
That's saying something, because she got betrayed by her whole entire squad of knights. They must all be true. I realized I knew nothing about what Kiritsugu was like before I met him. There was no way for me to find out what kind of person he'd been before that, and there was no need. Even if Kiritsugu Miya was cold-hearted, it wouldn't change a thing. The man who adopted Shiro and Miya as his son was so much warmer. That's the only truth about him to me. But what nags at me is, if Kiritsugu truly was so ruthless, then his final moments were just too empty and futile.
そうか。じゃあ、俺がセイバーを呼び出せたのも、キリツグの息子だったからなのか。
わかりません。キリツグは正規の手順で私を呼び寄せました。マスターとしての適性が高かったキリツグは、歴史のある魔術師の家系に雇われ、聖杯戦争に参加した。マスターとしての準備は、その家系が全て揃えたと言います。彼らは、私の遺品をコーンウォールから発掘し、キリツグに委ねて聖杯戦争に臨ませた。キリツグはそれを触媒にして私を召喚したのです。ですから、キリツグ本人には私を呼び寄せる因子もなければ、属性が近いというわけでもありません。シローが私を引き寄せたのは、何か別の力が働いたからでしょう。
I got it. I'm not that surprised my old man was a master. What does surprise me is that his servant is the same King Arthur with me now. And one more thing. Saber said that the Holy Grail was destroyed. Then maybe this war is meaningless to begin with?
わからないな。聖杯がもうないって、セイバーは初めから知っていたんだろう。なら、どうしてこんな馬鹿げた戦いをする気になったんだよ。
確かに聖杯の有無は私には分かりません。けれど私が呼ばれた以上、聖杯はなければおかしい。忘れたのですか、シロ。私は聖杯を手に入れるためにサーバントになった。逆に言えば、聖杯がない場所に私は呼ばれないのです。
いや、でも。じゃあ、聖杯ってのは壊れても治ってるものなのか。
いいえ、聖杯はそう簡単に替えが利くものではない。一度壊れた聖杯が治ることなどないでしょう。
なら
There are multiple Holy Grails then?
ですがあるはずです。サーバントは聖杯の磁力に惹かれて現れる。聖杯がなければサーバントは現れない。それはあの神父も語っていたのではありませんか。
神父。そうか、あいつ。
You weren't there for that part. The guy living in the church, the overseer of the Holy Grail War. The man who's managing the Holy Grail should be able to answer all of my questions. The end of the previous war, the whereabouts of the destroyed Holy Grail, and now how Archer is still around. And yeah, what did Kiritsugu see at the end of the battle that made him want to destroy the Holy Grail? Wake up alone. Even if she's recovered, Saber still needs to sleep on occasion. The moment we return to our room, Saber immediately falls asleep. Went to bed as well. I'm willing to make her feel better. That was about an hour ago. It's past midnight. I should be able to get out of the house without Saber or Tosaka noticing at this hour. This is a bad plan. I sneak outside, trying not to make a sound. I thought of using the bike, but I just run the risk of waking them up. So I walk. There's not a single person outside. It's late, but the silence is still eerie. The air is frozen and there doesn't seem to be a single sign of life in the buildings. On the other hand, it feels like something dark and sinister is swirling at my feet. Did something happen to the town while Ilya had me prisoner? It's like a bad omen hangs in the entire place. I look up towards the mountain in the distance. Rito Temple, which stands a distance away from the town, only looks like a black lump from here. But that... it looks like it's swaying in the night air, rumbling and throbbing. Across the dark river and walk into Shinto. On that day, the night I met Saber for the first time and then walked across the bridge with Osaka seems so long ago. I see the church. I've never been here before. I may have said as much to Osaka, but I did have a connection with that church. If things had gone differently, I would have ended up under the care of the church and then adopted by some family later on. 10 years ago. All the kids in the hospital were orphans. The church took them all in, and at least temporarily. I was the only one of the group of orphans to be adopted from the hospital. That's probably why I've been unconsciously avoiding the church out of guilt. It's also why 11 days ago I told Osaka it was my first time going to the church. The lights inside the church are on. I don't really like the priest, but there are things I need to ask him. I assume that the church, the previous archer is the priest dude's fucking guy or whatever, his servant. I take a deep breath and put my hand on the heavy church doors. I step inside as I call out for him. There's nobody in the chapel. The lights are on, but this vast space is so quiet, I find myself more nervous than if it were dark. There's no reply. I can't keep going further in, so I might as well give it up tonight. I whirl around when I hear a sound from behind me. The suddenness of his appearance leaves me speechless.
あとは眠るだけだったのだが、その顔では懺悔の真似事でもしたかったと見えるな、エミヤシロウ。
Kotomina sounds bored and turns back to the door he came through.
いや、待ってくれ。あんたに聞きたいことがあってきた。
そんなことは分かっている。時間外だからといって、訪れたものを追い返すことなどせん。
As Kotomina says, he opens the doors to the back of the church.
ついてこい。話といっても聖杯戦争の件だろ。そんな血生臭い話をここでするわけにもいかん。
Kotomina doesn't bother asking my opinion. He just disappears into the back of the church. I've come this far, I can't go home empty-handed. I steel myself, determined not to let Kotomina intimidate me this time, and head back towards the church. That's not what that said, but let it slide.
外もすごかったけど、中も凝ってるっていうか。
This must be a courtyard. The garden and the passageways are too magnificent for Kotomina to live here alone.
何をしている？話をするのならこちらに来い。
The priest disappears around yet another corner.
くそ、本当に待ったなしなんだな、あいつ。
I complain to myself as I chase after Kotomina. The church is a small labyrinth, so I don't see any choice but to follow Kotomina. we enter a modest stone chamber. This simple room, far from elegance of the chapel of the courtyard, must be Father Kotomine's private room.
もてなすものの一つもないが許せ。
The priest makes his apologies as he plops down onto the sofa. I smell the faint aroma of what might be called wine. For the smell to linger in this room, that's really like wine.
どうした？話があるのではなかったか？そこでほうけられていても迷惑だが。
誰もほうけてなんかいない。この部屋が意外だったから驚いていただけで、すぐに要件を済ませて帰る。
それは何より。私も子供に付き合うほど暇ではない。
An asshole, isn't he?
質問は手
He was
短
always
に
an
してもらお
asshole,
う。
but like he like even more so than now. The priest really gets on my nerves. I feel like he's reading my mind, and whenever I try to deal with him directly, I just get intimidated.
それで話は何だ、エミヤシロ。一応教えられることは全て教えたつもりだが。
嘘つけ。あんたは知ってたはずだ。親父がセイバーのマスターだったこと、最後に聖杯を壊しちまったこと。あんたは聖杯を管理してる監督
He
役
also
なんだから。
participated in the last war, so
ほう、セイバー自身がそう言ったのか。
ああ、前回の聖杯戦争はそうして終わったって聞いた。
the priest falls silent, contemplating something.
サーバントが前回の記憶を受け継いでいるというのは異常だ。セイバーは故障しているのか、それともあのセイバーそのものが異常なのか。何せよ通常のサーバントとは言えないな。英霊は記憶など持たない。
Urokobe Shonen. Ah, Urokobe Shonen.
過去、現在、未来、いかなる時代にも呼び出される連中に記憶があっては矛盾が生じる。奴らにあるものは生前の記録だけだ。死後英霊となってからの出来事は一切記憶されないはずだが。
He ponders this as if he still isn't convinced. I get it. Kotomine doesn't know Saber hasn't fully become a heroic spirit, so he can't truly understand the situation.
いや、それが違うんだ。セイバーは他のサーバー
Don't
と
tell him!
事情が違うらしい。
事情が違う？なるほど。わざわざ訪れた要件はそれか。いいだろう。話してみろ。
Also loves to make rules and probably break them. That's interesting writing. He haughtily attitudes pisses me off. The reading is hard. His haughty attitude pisses me off, but I don't have time to deal with that too. I don't like it, but this man might be able to give me a clear explanation. Not if he's the enemy. This man has been exuding bad guy vibes since the moment you met him, and he's still exuding them. We're literally about to snitch on ourselves. So, Shido's my self-proclaimed king of dance. Bro, it really says something if the girl you raised, in this case Rento Saka, is like, I don't like you. I never have liked you and I never will like you. Like, he raised her. That is saying something.
それが、セイバーは死んでないらしいんだ。あいつはまだ英霊になる契約をしていない。死の淵であいつが願ったのが聖杯を手に入れることで、その代償として英霊になることを認めたとか。
You didn't say it directly, but telling him that is probably enough for him to realize that Saber is King Arthur. だ
からあいつはまだ死んだわけじゃないんだ。聖杯を手に入れるまでは死なず、手に入れてしまえば完全なサーバントになるって言ってた。
It's really funny to me when you guys at me in chat. Like we have 2 people in here. We're fine. Just so I can make sure you have not watched Fate Zero, correct? No, this is my first experience with anything in the Fate series, with the exception of watching the first episode of Fate Zero like 5 years ago, thinking it was boring and turning it off.
死んでいない。では、セーバーはまだ輪廻の枠に留まっているということか。他の英霊のように時間から外れたわけではないと。
ああ、そういうことだと思う。遠坂はセイバーは一人で時間に止まっているとも言ってた。
そうか。英霊のように事が済めば消えるのではなく、聖杯を手に入れるまでは英霊として駆り出されるということか。だが、あれは未だ聖杯を手に入れていないため、失敗するたびに死の直前にいる自身に戻ってしまう。そうして前回の記憶を持ったまま今回も呼び出された。
But to be fair, Fate Zero is meant for fans that have read the Fate Stay Night already, so they don't blame me for being bored watching 50 minutes of exposition dump. My problem is not that there's 50 minutes of exposition dump. My problem is that they're literally they're using an anime format to tell you what's going on. Like, they literally just word for word tell you what bar for bar what's going on instead of showing you what's going on. That's the reason why it's an anime. They should be able to show you what's going on. That is why I didn't like the first episode of Fate Zero. But, that said, that was years ago. I might feel differently about that now that I've actually had some experience in Fate Stay Night.
わざわざ死ぬために聖杯を求めるとは、英雄というのは分からぬな。
I blame it being a light novel adaptation and having all the light novel issues. That is true. One of my favorite animes of all time is the Monogatari series, which is a series of light novels, and they do just be yapping. I think the visual presentation of the Monogatari series makes up for all the yapping.
そうして手に入れたところで、待っているのはサーバントとして刺激されることだけだろうに。
そうだ。たとえ聖杯を手に入れて、あいつが望みを叶えたところで、あいつは他のサーバントと同じになっちまうんだろう。
How's it going? We are snitching on ourselves.
そもそもサーバントって何なんだ。英霊を使い魔にするっていうが、セイバーみたいに矛盾した英霊もあり得るのか。
さあ、そのあたりのシステムなど知らんよ。魂の永続、その秘宝を真似て作られたのがサーバントシステムだ。こればかりは立案者であった当時の人間しか知るまい。
ナイスマッチョ。
魂の永続。
いや、もともとはそういうものだっただけという話だ。
The word says the best face story, but it's not doing a good job if the people drop it after one episode. I didn't want to continue watching because of what happened in the first episode was so sad. I'm fine with that. Like I said, my issue with the first episode of Fate Zero was they spent the whole time telling you what the fuck is happening instead of like not even like showing what was supposed to be happening as they were telling it. It was literally just a guy talking. At least I feel like that's what I remember. It's been years. I'm ready for the Shining card set this week. Is that this week? I have enough points for the TCG Pocket new set that's coming out. Well, you're not wrong. Leave on Friday. What's today? Is today Tuesday? Other Fate adaptations cut out a lot of exposition to the detriment of their adaptations. I was gonna say, taking out the exposition is not good. So all Fate adaptations are broken in some aspect? Ah.
関係のないことだ。忘れろ。
No, hold on. He told me to forget it. He told me to forget it, so now I should probably commit it to memory. I don't know a great deal about how that part of the system works. The permanence of the soul, the servant system was created to imitate the secret method. Only those who establish the system would know more. What the fuck are you talking about? You made the best call going with the best way to experience Fate. I've become a bit of a purist as years have progressed. I'm not sure if that's the best way to do things, but I do like starting with as close to the source material as possible. Not in all things. As I mentioned, I haven't. The Monogatari series is originally a light novel series, and I have not read those books, so not in all things. Gonna be on the 27th, right on the podcast day. Ah, it's podcast day. Nice. Nobody can call you a secondary as an insult.
つまるところ、お前はあのセーバーをサーバントではなくしたいというのだな。
No, I want to know about the previous. Is that what I want? I want to know why the previous archer is still here. Also, I'm not reading this. I do think Saber's situation is messed up. Aiming for the Holy Grail is all well and good, but afterwards, the only thing waiting for her is her disappearance. Even if someone other than King Arthur is chosen as king, and when King Arthur ceases to exist in our history, the hero King Arthur will continue to be used by who knows how many others. And that seems wrong to me. So if she can stop being a servant and just live a normal life. Yeah, that's a problem. That's not the main issue here, though. The main issue here is fucking, Archer. The previous Archer is here, and he's fucking shit up. And he's strong. Why is he here? A lot of people have a very bored view of Shiro because of the anime adaptation and skipping a whole road's anime adaptation. What do you mean? Also, Shiro's annoying.
それは不可能だ。死者は蘇らない。いかに時間に止まっていようと、私たちにとってセーバーは死んだものだ。
But with the Holy Grail, anything's possible. If it's Popsicle.
彼女を現世に呼び出しているのは聖杯の力であり、彼女が英霊になる交換条件を飲んだからだろう。聖杯を求めない彼女はサーバントとして召喚されることはない。そして聖杯を求める以上、遅かれ早かれ彼女は完全なサーバントになるだろう。たとえ今回が失敗に終わっても、彼女にはチャンスなど無限にある。
Anime-only people usually skip this route's adaptation because it borrows from other routes, which was normal when they adapted visual novel to anime. I'm confused about the layout. I assumed that I was doing a normal route and there's other branching routes that I can do after this. Is this not the main story of the anime? Fate is very special in the sense special, and it's one of the few visual novels that has all story routes adapted. Oh, I always knew Fate was always confusing? I see. So I unintentionally did the best thing for myself in terms of getting into the series because I'm playing the one game that has all of the routes and it's forcing me to choose the normal route first.
セイバーは未だ時間軸にとどまっているため、聖杯を手に入れる機会を同時に行えるというわけでもないし、一度失敗した試練をやり直すということもできない。
I'm still scarred from fucking what is it called? Steins Gate because of Homegirl who came from the future. I'm still scarred by her because of that interaction that happened. I now know what the word Speista means, and that feels bad. I can hear him say the word failed.
一度失敗した試練は何度やり直そうと失敗する。 結果を体験しているからといって決定した結果は変えられないからな。だがそれでも聖杯を手に入れるのは時間の問題だろう。聖杯を手に入れる機会はこの聖杯戦争だけではない。聖杯に関する試練はあらゆる時代に存在する。その全てをしらみつぶしに続けていけばいずれ聖杯は手に入れられる。そもそも彼女は結果として聖杯を手に入れるからこそ英霊として召喚されているのだ。お前のセーバーをサーバントでなくす方法などあれがお前の前に現れた時点で存在しまいよ。
I was not listening. What did he say? After all, she's being summoned as a heroic spirit because she's under the belief that she will obtain the Holy Grail. From the moment she came before you as a servant, the option of making her stop being a servant was non-existent. Yeah, buddy. This should ruin my perspective of time travel. Yes, because it sucks. Fate as a franchise exists in the world of Steins Gate. What? Takumi Nichijou of Chaos Head has Saber, written in Arcade, a character from Natsu's. No, I know about Tsukihime. I know about Tsukihime because I played Tsukihime, I played Melty Blood, I know about Tsukihime. There's a reason why we've not played Tsukihime on stream. In fact, Tsukihime is why we're playing this currently. As long as Saber seeks the Holy Grail, there's no way she can avoid becoming a servant. She will stay like this forever unless she decides to use the Holy Grail for herself. Remake ain't done yet, still waiting. Isn't it on the Switch? Even if this Holy Grail war ends, there's no need to fight anymore. If she doesn't obtain the Holy Grail, she just needs to try again next time. The moment she obtains it, she turns into a so-called heroic spirit and is sent all across time.
じゃあ聖杯を手に入れようが手に入れまいがあいつはずっとサーバントのままなのか。
いや、そうとは限らんだろう。聖杯が本当に万能の杯であるのなら、セーバーを救うことはできる。
I didn't realize it was even split into two parts. So that sucks. I'm really glad I didn't play it because that would have pissed me off.
けど、あんたはさっきそれは不可能だと。
なあ、セーバーをサーバントでなくすのは不可能だ。だがお前が望んでいるのはセーバーを人としてこの世に留まらせることだろう。ならばそう難しいことではない。聖杯戦争が終わった後、サーバントを人として生かすこともできる。もっとも死んでしまえば死の直前にいる彼女に戻ることになるが。
それはどうやって？
英霊とサーバントは似て非なるものということだ。通常英霊として召喚される者には意志などない。連中はただ目的を果たすためだけの道具として召喚され消え去っていく。だがサーバントは別だ。あれは聖杯によって呼び出された本体だからな。それならば世界に留めておくだけで人として生きていこう。
そんなことできるのか。前回セイバーは聖杯が壊れた時点で消えたと言っていた。聖杯がなくなってしまえばサーバントは残っていられないんじゃないのか。
Well, we are getting information about why Archer is still here. This is why I don't really pay attention to virtual novels after Steins Gate because I'm still scared from them. That shit hit me with a ton of bricks. Even I survived reading Tsukihime Remake. Yeah, Tsukihime wasn't that bad. The original Tsukihime wasn't that bad. Natsu went full ham on the horror. Nah, horror is not really the issue. It was the scarring happened, but because of say like Mayori's multiple fucking deaths and us having to live through that over and over and over again. If it's just horror, it's fine. Yeah, time loops. The time shenanigans made all the fucking horror shit happen much more. Also, Batra, you're not... This one isn't really that bad as far as like what's fucked up about it. Like this is just a lot of like rules are established and then the rules are broken, as to put directly what Guardian Soul said. Oh, I get it. It just occurred to me what your name means.
無論だ。サーバントを呼び出すのは聖杯であり、その後に彼らを維持させるのがマスターの役割だ。
Batra has only experienced Titan's Gate through me.
だがそれも聖杯がマスターの後押しをしているからでね。本来魔術師一人程度の魔力ではサーバントを維持できない。聖杯という強大な魔力提供源がなければサーバントは消えてしまう。
だろうな。なら。
いや、足りないのなら補えばいいだけの話だろう。サーバントにとって魔力提供など代償行為に過ぎない。連中の本質は魂食いだ。存在濃度が薄れ始めたのなら他人の魂で補充すればよい。
Is he telling me to attack random people like Shinji did? No, he's just saying that's an option.
ふざけるな。そんなことできるものか。大体な、セイバー自身そこまでして残ろうと思ってない。
そうか。ならばあとは聖杯の中身を使うしかあるまい。簡単な話だ。お前が真実セーバーを人として生かしたいのなら聖杯をセーバーに飲ませればいい。
He must have anticipated my resistance. The look on his face tells me that this is the conclusion he wanted me to reach this whole time.
それは聖杯で俺の願いを叶えろってことか。
Why wasn't that the first thing you thought of?
それはお前の願いとは関係がない。聖杯の中身はそういうものだ。リンから聞かなかったか。サーバントは杯に満ちた水を飲むことによって
For some reason I thought it was blood. Mostly because it's normally always blood, but...
もっともそれはこの時代の使い魔として立場を確立したに過ぎぬがな。
Also, Batra, you made a statement and I wanna counter it.
マスターさえ存命ならばこの世界にとどまれるようになる。
Okay, no, we got information on it. Archer is only she is able to stay in this world for as long as the master that he served still lives, which means I'm pretty positive Archer is your fucking servant. Anyway, you said you don't like visual novels. I think that's not true. I think you do like visual novels. You just don't like only visual novel content, because Persona, the entire series, is a visual novel. You just also play a dungeon crawler. That's also the case with Three Houses, or most of the other Fire Emblem games. I think you do like visual novels. You just don't want it to only be visual novel content.
けどそれは。
That's no solution. Even if she were to stay in this world, it'd be pointless if she's still a servant. She wouldn't be able to exist without magical energy from her master, and even if she managed to live in this world for a long time, she'd just have to go back to the hill after her death. Saber would never agree to such a thing. She doesn't care about a second life. She insists going back to use the Holy Grail for something else. But then again, does the Holy Grail, the key to all this, even still exist in this world?
話は分かった。結局聖杯を手に入れるしかないってことだろう。けど聖杯はあるのか。親父が壊したんならも
う何かね。
If anything, I consider those things more or less cutscenes than me reading 3 lists of lines without seeing still images. Yeah, but this is only cutscenes. If you consider it like that, you're just watching, like, I'm considering this watching anime with you guys. This isn't anything different than what we normally do. It's just the presentation's different. But this is like, besides obviously all the confusing shit about watching Fate Stay Night anime, what's the difference between watching the Fate Stay Night anime and reading this? We're watching a fucking anime.
聖杯がないのなら戦う理由がない。こんな馬鹿げた殺し合いは無意味だ。
戦う理由はないか。何を今さら。元より君に理由などない。
He says that, and time seems to just stop. There's no reason to fight. He told me that before. I just become a master and I didn't have much of a reason to fight. So at the time, what he said didn't sink in. I just ignored him thinking he was being sarcastic. But what about now? There's a reason for me to fight if there's a holy grail. I want to end this war and if possible, I want to give the grail to Saber. There is a reason for me to fight. And a perfectly good one at that. But why do these simple words make me shake so much like I feel like I'm about to vomit at everything I held in for so long?
まあよかろう。今はエミやシローの傷を切開する時ではない。
Voice shatters the stillness that had locked up my thoughts. This is the voice of a man I don't want to hear, but that voice at least settles with a wave of nausea I feel creeping up on me.
聖杯はある。もとより聖杯は受け皿に過ぎぬからな。なくなれば、用意した者が新しい聖杯を用意する。
用意した者が新しい聖杯を用意するって、聖杯ってそんな簡単に作れるものなのか？
If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like
器
button.
を作るだけならばな。無論、相応の技術が必要となってくるが、もとよりその技術なくして聖杯戦争は成り立たなかった。もともと、聖杯とは神の血を受け継いだ杯ではなく、古より伝わる魔法の鎌が原型なのだ。お前も魔術師の端くれならば知っていよう。ユートピア。
あ？
ギリシャ語でたどり着けない場所という意味を持つそこには、願いを叶える万能の鎌があるとされた。
The word is Greek, refers to a place that cannot be found or reached. It is said that an omnipotent pot that would grant any wish existed as such a place. Utopia? Utopia literally means no place. Typically described as an imaginary community or society that possesses highly desirable or near-perfect qualities for its members. It was coined by Sir Thomas More for his 1516 book Utopia, which describes a fictional island society of the New World. I don't see anything about a pot.
このあらゆる神話の根底にある万能の鎌を再現しようとした魔術師たちがいた。それがアインツベルン、マキリ、遠坂の三家だ。連中は何代かにわたって万能の鎌を再現する儀式を模索し、200年前にそれを完成させた。
As such was the Holy Grail War.
聖杯戦争。人工物に過ぎない聖杯に万能の鎌を降霊させ、道を開こうとした儀式だった。
アインツベルン。それって。
That explains why she's like, I'm gonna kill Ren.
そうだ。アインツベルンはラインの黄金とやらの伝承に長けていてな。こと。聖杯の模造品を作る技術は神業だった。だが、それだけでは聖杯を呼び出すことはできん。ふさわしい土地と強力な呪縛が必要となる。それらを提供したのが遠坂とマキリだ。 当時教会と魔術協会は係争の真っ最中だったからな。儀式には教会の目が届かない極東の地が選ばれた。アインツベルンはそれを見越して遠坂を仲間に引き入れたのだろう。遠坂はここ一帯の霊地の持ち主であり、その死は高霊術の対価だった。アインツベルンとしては遠坂なくして聖杯召喚は不可能だった。だが二つの家だけでは容易に裏切りが起きてしまう。ことは三すくみにすべきだと考えたのか。遠坂はマキリの家系にもこの話を持ち込んだ。マキリも長い年月を持つ名門でな。こと使い魔に関しては優れた技法を持っていた。サーバントを縛る霊樹を作り上げたのもマキリだ。
So we're missing a Makiri for completing the
聖杯召
trifecta.
喚に一致団結したわけだが、いざ成功してみれば残ったのは潰し合いだ。一度目の聖杯の降霊は連中が戦っている間に終わってしまったらしいな。そうして代を重ね、聖杯戦争というルールを作り、形だけは元の協力関係に戻った。遠坂はこの土地とサーバントを形作るシステムを提供し、マキリはサーバントを縛る霊樹を提供した。そしてアインツベルンは聖杯が宿る器を用意する。それらが彼らの敷いた協力関係というわけだ。
I'm not sure what's so amusing about this, but the priest seems to enjoy telling me about it. But I see. They say the Holy Grail War is a ritual, but I didn't know Illy and Tosaka's families were the ones that created the whole thing.
聖杯を用意したのはアインツベルンだからな。前回キリツグに裏切られた彼らは最強の切り札を投入してきた。おそらくアインツベルンの娘が聖杯を持っているのだろう。
Ah. Ilya holds the Holy Grail? That's weird. I don't think I saw anything among her belongings that looked like a Holy Grail.
さて、これで気は済んだか。お前が何を悩むのかは私には知り得ない。だが解決する手段は聖杯のみだ。それが分かったのならそう
Now that you know that, get the fuck out.
戦いはまだ終わっていない。セーバーもつけずに出歩くのは正気の沙汰ではないぞ。
余計なお世話だ。まだランサーのマスターが残っていることぐらい。
No, he is not. There's one more thing I need to ask.
ことみね、聖杯が消えればサーバントも消える。あんたはそう言ったな。
言ったが、何か問題でも。
大ありだ。何者かは知らないが、8人目のサーファントがいた。セイバーの話じゃ、あいつは前回からずっとこの場に残ってるって話だぞ。
I can see he's shocked. But the minion's eyes go wide.
どういうことだ、ことみね。あんたなら少しはわかると思ってきたんだぞ。
消えなかったサーバントがいるということだな。そう不思議ではあるまい。前回の戦いはセーバーが聖杯を破壊することで終わったのだ。つまりセーバーの他にもう一人サーバントは残っていた。セイバーは潔く消えたが、そのサーバントが限界することを望んだのなら話はたやすい。それは魂を食らうことで魔力を補い、この10年間生き続けたのだ。
That's assuming that their master didn't die.
バカな。あいつの気配は異常だった。あんなのが10年間もいたら、親父だってあんただって気がつくはずだ。
分かっている。おそらくかくまっている者がいたのだろう。そのサーバントのマスターか、もしくはなんだよ。聖杯戦争を知りながらマスターの資格を持ち得なかった魔術師だ。
What?
そういった人物には一人心当たりがあるのだが、それもないな。
There we go. We have him
マ
like
キリの
Katie.
ご老体はとうに隠居している。
I'm still not counting you out though. Ultimately, he must be satisfied as he gets up from the sofa.
話はここまでだ。今の話を聞いては監督役として放ってはおけん。そのサーバントに関しては私が調べよう。お前は残るランサーとの戦いに専念するがいい。
If you, assuming that you can do something, what are you gonna do? Put a mini haste to the exit, indicating that there's nothing else to discuss. There's definitely more to be gained. What? Nothing more to be gained. I follow Coach Amina out of the dark stone room. From here on leads me to the entrance in silence. I'll leave the church, and behind me.
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
The priest puts that to me, but to make sure and not remember. Sorry. He watches me from the door with a condescending twist to his lips. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. I don't need anyone to remind me of that. Saber's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail only, but she doesn't want its power for herself. And as long as she obtains the Holy Grail, nothing will bind Saber anymore. She will be free from going back to the point right before her death, and she will truly die.
どういう風の吹き回しだ？あんたがそんな忠告をする玉か？
なに、お前がセーバーに肩入れしている様は喜ばしいのでな。私なりの行為として忠告しているのだよ。聖杯を手に入れてしまえばセーバーは消える。彼女と共にいたいのならば聖杯は諦めるべきだろうとな。
それこそ矛盾してる。聖杯がなかったらセイバーをとどめておけない。
聖杯に頼ることはあるまい。先ほどのサーバントの話もある。セーバーを存命させたいのなら魂を与え続ければいいだけではないか。
ふざけるな。そんなことできるもんか。
I glare at the priest.
そうか。それは残念だ。
A glare has no effect on him. He just laughs in amusement.
ならば聖杯の中身に期待するしかないな。お前のサーバントが望まないにしても霊樹を一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれで叶う。
He's saying it doesn't matter if Saber doesn't want it. I'm Remaster. I just need to force her to drink the Holy Grail using you drink from the Holy Grail using the power of the command spell.
おや、失言だったか。そう睨むな。あくまで今のは忠告に過ぎぬ。セイバーの意志を尊重するのもよかろう。彼女の人生だ。我々が口を出す権利はない。例のサーバントに関しては明日中に調べ上げよう。気が向いたのならもう一度訪れるがいい。
The church door is closed. Glance up at the towering church before I turn to wave. Across the bridge at night. At night? This is the path I once walked with Saber. I was just looking at the scenery, not thinking anything about the time. Not thinking about anything at the time.
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
I know. I don't need him to tell me that. But why is everything so complicated? Saber shouldn't attain the Holy Grail. But the only thing that can save her, the only thing that can save her is the Holy Grail.
彼女と共にいたいのならば聖杯は諦めるべきだろう。それでも存命させたいのなら彼女に魂を与え続ければいい。
do that. Even if I asked her to do it, she would refuse. She would choose to disappear if that were her the alternative. She would disappear and then she'll have to do another Holy Grail war all over again later.
ならば0時を一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれで叶う。
この黙りやがれ。
Fundament's words are poison. I can't rid them. In a rage, I can't get rid of them. In a rage, I smash my fist against a nearby rail, desperately hoping to clear my mind. I hear the echoing of metallic clang. There's no other sound. Not so much as a car or another person passing by.
何をその気になってんだ。一
Why are you getting all worked up? Just obtain the Holy Grail and keep her here. Or don't do that. I know this is not really a satisfying ending, but you don't really have any alternatives. I lean against the rail, grumbling to myself. I know I should just ignore Kotomine, but there's just some sort of power to his words. I can't ignore them. What do I want to do, and what am I fighting for? What am I fighting for? In the beginning, it was stopping the Holy Grail War, but when did that become a secondary? Did it happen as soon as I started to stubbornly fight on my own? Did it happen when I realized how helpless I am and started to cooperate with Saber? Or did it happen when I made a sword for her, and after our souls entwined that night in the ruins? No, that's all nonsense. I don't need to think about it. Since the beginning. My mind's been made up since I met her in the shed, sight of her illuminated by the moonlight. That would have been fine. Had I not shared that dream of her past, and so not known any better, it would have been better over without me ever even noticing. But I did find out. I knew that I couldn't leave her alone. I started to hope I could somehow, and I started to hope I could somehow not lose her. I wish to stay this way. I want to keep seeing her smile. The image of the girl watching over the sunset alone at that hill, strewn with swords. My chest hurts whenever I think of that scene. She never took any time for herself. That's always bothered me. Kiritsugu always said not to make a girl cry. I much prefer her smiling face to her tears. That's why I was so angry Saber never smiled. But then, when I told her to smile, she always replied that she would rather see me smile. That's like looking at an unreachable star through a telescope. I look up at the night sky. I stare up at the star I can never reach. A trickle. I don't know how it formed, but I feel a tear slide down my cheek. Okay. I say it to nobody. As dense as I may be, I have to at least admit how I feel. I can't stop this feeling anymore. I realize I fell in love with her, so much so that thinking about her can bring me to tears. Saber's cool. Rin though.
おかえり。ずいぶんと遅かったわね。
I hear Chosaka's voice as I arrive. She's standing at the entrance.
父さん、お前なんで？
玄関で立ち話もなんでしょ？疲れてるみたいだし、こっち来なさいよ。
She grabs my hand and, without waiting for me to reply, drags me down to the hall. And she brings me to her room.
はい、お茶。外寒かったでしょ？
She's awkward about it, but she's being considerate.
Thank you.
Honestly, the hot tea is comforting. It took me a good hour to walk home from the neighboring town. I walked slowly, so I was cold to the bone.
で、綺麗なとこに行ってたの？
As usual, she doesn't beat around the bush. I get it. Tosaka must have known what I was going to do from the very beginning. But she didn't stop. She just waited for me to come home, and now she's even made me tea. I feel like a new man now that my mind is made up, and I appreciate Tosaka's thoughtfulness. Which is probably why I say
行ってきた。聞きたいことがあったから。
I don't hide anything. I'm honest with her.
そっか。じゃあ何をしてきたかは聞かない。シロもそれでいいでしょ。
そうだな。それにあんまり身のある話じゃなかった。ただ今の状況を確認しただけだったし。
そう。でも驚いたな。セイバーがまだサーバントになりきってないだなんて。最強のサーバントがその実一番半端なサーバントだったなんて悪い冗談じゃない。
It is ironic.
そうだな。セイバーはサーバントになんてならなければよかったんだ。
She nods in agreement.
意外ね。シロとアッチャーもしかしたら気があったのかもしれないな。あいつもね、シロと同じこと言ってたから。
アーチャーってあいつが？
そう、アーチャーも言ってたわ。自分は後悔してるからセイバーにはそうなってほしくないって。
なんであいつがセイバーの心配をするんだよ。あいつセイバーを嫌ってたじゃないか。
He just knows an enemy when he knows an enemy.
そうなんだけどね。やっぱりさ、あいつってセイバーにゆかりの騎士だったんじゃないかな。初めてセイバーと戦った時、あいつ明らかに手を抜いてたでしょ。あの時から怪しいと思ってたんだ。
そうなのか。
Yeah, but like he got instantly fucked.
セイバー
Right.
はアーチャーに見覚えはないようだったぞ。
そうなの？けどセイバーは王様だったんでしょ。なら国民を全て把握していたわけでもないし、忘れてることだってあるんじゃない？
あのな、そういうこと言い出したらそれこそキリがない。顔を見て思い出せないようなやつならそれは知らないってことだと思うけど。
そうでもないわよ。伝説だとさ、アーサー王の進化には運が悪くてキャメロットを追われた騎士も多いでしょ。あいつその一人だったのかもしれないわ。あいつが正体を隠していたのは私にじゃなくてセイバーに対してだったって言うんなら割と納得がいくんだけど。
Tasaka's unusually chatty tonight. It's probably her way of trying to be considerate. Maybe not particularly effective, but Tasaka's a good person. She's usually pretty relentless, but she still lends a helping hand. She's got kind of big sister thing going on. We drink tea for more than a few minutes. Tasaka turns and looks straight at me. Guess she's out of patience. Hold on, let me write the timestamp down.
で、あなたはどうしたいの？
え？
シロ。
Oh, right.
とりあえず明日はデートする。
Eh? I can't think of anything else. It's a spur of the moment idea I came up with on my walk home. But then I don't know where the sun removed from earlier went, but because Tasaka makes their very most bizarre face. She bursts out into uncontrollable laughter.
ちょっと待って。心の準備がすごいってば、すっごいわがままぶりよ、シロ。
Damn, I'm so dumb. I should have seen this coming.
うるさい。わがままで悪いか。そんな場合じゃないって分かってるけど、絶対に邪魔はさせないからな。
Why was she getting your way?
違う。シロがおかしくて。
Tasaka slaps my back hard. She holds her stomach with her other hand, laughing so hard that she's nearly in tears. I think this is the worst she's ever treated me.
心底笑ったわ。
そりゃよかったな。こっちは全然笑えなかったけど。
デート頑張んなさい。私あなたたちのこと好きよ。
Sasaka says that kindly. Don't get complete about face from a second ago. Never heard it called that.
おう、頑張る。
Honestly, that came out of left field. If she says it like that, all I can do is nod. I go back to my room. Saber's still asleep and the house is peaceful as if there was nothing ever happening. It's raining today, but what about tomorrow? I look up at the clouds slowly passing overhead. Unlike me as it is, I pray for a sunny day tomorrow. Okay. Save the game? Yeah, this is probably a bat. Oh, it is February 14th. Then, the next thing I know, it's morning.
Well,
if it took you an hour to get there and an hour to come back and however long the conversation was, you probably didn't get back till like 3 a.m. Our first priority will be to take her plenty of places so she'll be able to have a chance to enjoy herself. I've been trying to search in my mind for the perfect spot for a date, but before I could come up with anything, my alarm went off. I turned the alarm clock off just in case. As I tried, I still couldn't think of anything last night, so I bought an alarm clock from Tosaka, figuring it might pull an all-nighter. Not that it's done any good.
考えてみれば、俺デートなんてしたことなかったっけ?
That's sort of the problem. I'm nervous enough, plus I didn't sleep, but I think the worst part is how shocked I am that after staying up all night to think about it, I couldn't come up with a single thing from a girl my like.
こうなったら出たとこ勝負だ。手当たり次第連れ回して、あいつに楽しみってやつを思い知らせてやる。
It is my understanding that more traditional girls do not like this sort of thing. They like knowing what they're going to do so they can dress for the occasion. More traditional Japanese girls. I don't know if I said that. If anyone knows anything different, please let me know. I'll just take her to cute shops. Well, I feel like there's a fundamental flaw in that plan, but I've already made up my mind. There's nothing else I can think of, but what this all boils down to is that today is going to be a day packed with fun, and it'll go on until Saber says she's had enough.
では、イリアスフィールはまだ目を覚ましていないのですか？
ええ、まだ眠ったままよ。あの様子なら目を覚ますのにもうしばらくかかりそうだけど、今日はそれが幸いしたわね。イリア、起きてればシローの後について回って邪魔してただろうし。
そうですね。今までのようにシローに同行されてはたまらない。
Ah, she's not following what's going on.
昨夜はああなってしまいましたが、今日からは本気で残るマスターを探すのです。シローにはイリアスフィールに構っている余裕はありません。
ああ、そっちの邪魔じゃないんだけど、まあいいか。私が言っても仕方ないし、これはシローとセイバーの問題だし。
Just like a laughs mischievously.
私とシローの問題ですか？
We finished breakfast and it seems like a good time to leave. Saber is ready to look for masters, but I'm determined to execute my plan as well. I just need to be a man and tell her.
そのことだけどな、セイバー。今日は隣町に出るから、支度があるなら今のうちに済ませておいてくれ。
マスター探しですか？それでしたら隣町ではなく郊外の方が確実だと思いますが。
そんなんじゃない。二人で遊びに行くんだから、郊外になんて言っても仕方がないだろう。
Saber freezes. I try to ignore the sound of Tosaka trying and largely failing to control her laughter behind me. I'll get her for that later.
シロ、それはどういう意味でしょうか。遊びに行くとはシロとリンではなく、
俺が行くんだから、ついてくるのはセイバー以外いないだろう。トサカはうちでイリアの面倒を見てもらうから関係ない。
何をバカな。私とシロが隣町を探索したところで成果は薄い。そのようなことをしても意味がない。一体何をしようというのですか、あなたは。
Deb is pretty clearly frustrated. I kind of figured something like this would happen, but things are looking even bleaker than I thought since she clearly thinks we're going out to search for masters.
参った。ここまで行ってもわからないんだな、セイバーは。要するに、俺はデートしようって言ってるんだけど、どうかな。
I ignore Tosaka's stare as I speak to Saber. I'm not sure how much Saber understands.
そのような言い方ではわかりません。具体的な内容を提示してくれませんか、シロ。
Would saying the word court help her out? She looks even more irritated. And suddenly, it's like a switch flips on my head. There's no sense in beating around the bush here. It'd be best if I were just blunt with her.
シロ、街に出るというのなら従いますが、デートをしようとはどういうことなのか説明してください。
She doesn't know what a date is. She's never been on one.
いくらこの時代に慣れていると言っても、私にも知らない単語はあります。あまり専門的な略語は使わないでほしい。
別に専門的な単語じゃないぞ。知らないなら教えてやるけど、デートってのは女の子と遊びに行くって意味だ。
That's a terrible way to explain that.
は？
Saber goes completely still.
女の子とは私のことを言っているのでしょうか。
She's dazed now, muttering. When I nod yes, Saber looks even more confused.
言葉の意味は分かりましたが、意図が全く分かりません。そんなことをする理由は何ですか？
I wasn't expecting this question. I mean, I know what the point of a date is, but how am I supposed to... But now that I'm on the spot and Saber wants me to explain it to her face, well...
ああ、もうそんならしくない単語を使うから勘違いさせるのよ。デートなんて言わずに、
Yeah, use the word
わかりやすい
court.
言葉で説明すればいいのに。いい？セイバー。デートってのはね、要するに合いびきのことなの。
Tryst? I don't even think I've heard that word before. A private romantic rendezvous between lovers. Okay, yeah, no, that's probably better. If she knows what the word is.
シロは遊びに行くって言うけど、つまるところ、男の子が好きな女の子にアピールするチャンスってわけ。
I cough loud. Kosaka may be right, but I'm pretty confident that a date and a tryst are two very different things. It depends on whose perspective you're asking that from. I don't think it's worth mentioning. From her reaction, looks like Saber finally understands what a date is.
そういうことだ、セイバー。今日一日は戦わないで街に行く。そもそも昼間は人目につくから戦えないだろう。ならどう過ごしてもいいはずだ。
それはそうですが、しかしあまりに意味がありません。そのようなことをしてもシロには何ら得るものがないのではありませんか。
There are a few things you can say here. Do I need to gain something? I just want to spend time with you.
そんなことはないけど、別にそうでも構わないぞ。
今
日はセイバーのために使うって決めたんだから、俺のことは気にするな。とにかく今日は絶対に街に行く。こればっかりは何を言われても変えないからな、セイバー。
I look her straight in the eye. Saber ponders for a while, looking serious.
では 私が反対した場合でも四郎は一人で町に出ると。
ああ、絶対に行く。そうでなきゃ一晩考え抜いたのがバカみたいだ。
それでは私が付き添わないわけにはいきません。サーバントとしてマスターを一人にすることはできないのですから。
After taking a deep breath, Saber answers in her usual manner. Okay, that could have gone better, but at least I've managed to convince her to come out. I shouldn't sweat the small stuff at this point.
いってらっしゃい。お土産よろしくね。
As we step outside and make a rude gesture. As we step outside, I flip off to Osaka. She makes fun of me until the very end.
それで具体的にはこれからどうするのですか、シロ。
どうするって、とりあえず隣町に出る。交差点からバスが出てるからそれに乗っていこう。
The helipath is unusually quiet. It's a little past 9 in the morning on a weekday, and the town is starting to come alive, but it must be a little early to be heading out somewhere. There's no one on the road. It's like we have the road to ourselves.
学校休むのに抵抗がなくなってるな。ここのところずっと家にこもってたし。
当然でしょう。シロはマスターなのですから、おいそれと出歩く方がおかしいのです。
Saber's tone is sharp. Saber falling behind me is nothing new, but it feels different today. I feel this immense pressure directed at me, and that's putting it mildly. I can tell Saber's going to be tough to handle. We get on the bus. It would have been stuffed with people about an hour ago, but there's only a handful of people using it now. The only people on the bus are old women and children, so it feels like we have the place to ourselves.
Saber, 一番後ろに座ろう。
I call out to Saber, who for some reason tries to sit at the front of the bus, and lead her to the wider seat at the back. Saber quietly looks out over the passing scenery. I steal a glance at her and then realize how crazy I am for what I'm trying to do today. Taking the bus to a nearby town is an ordinary thing for me. But here, in this ordinary place, something extraordinary is happening. And it's pretty ordinary. Or, well, I'm finding myself questioning whether I'm actually doing this whole date thing. My mind starts spinning and whirling like some complex cube puzzle. Crap, I'm getting really nervous. It's kind of getting out of control. I take a deep breath to calm myself down so Saber won't notice. But then, and I know this is stupid, I take another look at Saber. My heart skips a beat. I hardly recognize Saber as she sits next to me, or, well, it's less that I don't recognize her. Then it's that the situation itself is unrecognizable. It makes me realize that she's something else. She's different. She's not like other girls. I didn't realize it when we were at home, but this ordinary everyday life seems to me like it's becoming something entirely new and different just because Saber is here. Her golden blonde hair, her green eyes, those alone are... I just want to point out from a design perspective that I'm glad Saber does not have blue eyes. Those alone are enough to make her overwhelmingly beautiful. It hadn't really crossed my mind since I've never really had much to compare her to. I remember the first time I met Saber. I must have been avoiding her because I was too embarrassed to admit that I was admiring her. No matter what Saber says, to me, she's a girl before she's a swordsman. I didn't know how to react to her, but I didn't understand my feelings for her. Finished book started in February. The last 70 pages specifically felt like I'm trying to chew a rusty pipe for nourishment. Oh, well, read better books. Rocket Pal, stop. I have to admit, I know I sound stupid, I've developed trust and affection for Saber past the point of no return, and now I've decided to go on a date with her. The order of events is all backwards now. As I get off the bus, I finally realize what a big deal it is to go on a date with the girl I like. It's not like she understands what a date is, but she's not understanding the concept of what's happening here. Do I need to bonk? Not yet. Let's give him a little bit of time to clean this up. We are on a date. But that's okay. I can only give it my all, so I can't very well take it all back in cower and fear now. I calm myself to try to shake off my ridiculous apprehension. The bus crosses the bridge and dives toward the development area. And it's masses of tall buildings. I breathe out, almost whistling, and ready myself. A familiar bus announcement tells me that we've arrived in Shinto Station. It's only 9 in the morning, but the area around the station is already busy. Most of the shops don't open until around 10 o'clock, but cafes and smaller bookshops are starting to open up. There are already more people here than you'd expect in Miyama, even if it were a weekend. They get off the bus and Saber looks around the area, displeased. I don't blame her. She hasn't really agreed to the whole date thing, and everyone is staring at her now. I doubt she loves that. But this discomfort is bound to follow us around all day. The only cure for this I can think of is Saber enjoying herself so much she forgets all the awkwardness. I smack my fist into a hand and I thought he smacked himself. I smack my fist into a hand and look over to Saber.
Saber, 初めに聞いておくけど、どこか行ってみたいところはあるか？せっかく来たんだから、今日ぐらいは好きなことをしてもいいだろう。
さあ、別にこれといって興味のある場所はありませんから。そもそも私にそのような選択をする知識はありません。
本当か？そりゃ参ったな。じゃあ本当にここからは出たとこ勝負なわけか。セイバーに行きたいところがなくて、こっちもどこに行っていいかわからないんじゃ前途多難だ。
As far as I'm aware, because I've technically never been on a date either, but I have had what you could probably consider friends dates, and all of my friends that I have gone on quote-unquote friend dates with have all said this is exactly what a date is like. You just walk around town and find cool stuff to do. You just spend time with each other. So all you gotta do really is walk around town and see what catches Saber's interest.
まさかとは思うのですが、何の計画も立てていないのですか、シロ。
It's kind of hard to make plans for you, Saber, because he doesn't know anything about you. As far as like you being a normal person, because you've been not a normal person for a very long time.
いや、少しはあるけど、中身はガラガラ。とりあえず手当たり次第に店をはしごしよ
う。That's kind of hard too. I know some stores I'd enjoy, but I have no idea what girls like. Forget girls. What is Saber like? Take her to a blacksmith? Actually, that's probably not the worst idea. If you take her to like a jeweler or something, she might find that interesting. Honestly, if I'd known this would happen to me someday, I would have been smart to go out with a girl from class at least once. You also could have just asked Tosaka.
反論するわけではありませんが、シロはどうかしています。休憩を取ろうという考えはまだいい。ですが、その休憩すら明確な予定を立てていないとは何事ですか。
Ah. Crap, now Saber's lecturing mode. This is the first time she's ever given me such an earful outside of the dojo. I wasn't into this from the start, and I figured all of the people staring at her wouldn't help. But I didn't realize it'd be this bad.
かねてからあなたの見積もりの甘さには一言したかったのです。あなたは周りのことは目に入ってるくせに、どうも自身に対する扱いが存在です。
Oh, look, you're a married couple already.
結果、齟齬を埋めるためにあなた自身が対価を払わなくてはならなくなる。と聞いているのですか、シロ。
No.
聞いてるよ。要するに今こうしているのが納得いかないんだろ、セイバー。
Yeah.
まあ 俺に連れ回されてもつまらないのは目に見えてるし、嫌がるのは当然だろうけど。
いえ、そういうことではなく、私は今はこのようなことをしている場合ではないと。
I think this is my favorite artwork of Saber. This fucking one where she's like very clearly embarrassed. I like this one because it's very unlike her.
それも分かってる。けど聞かない。俺は今日一日セイバーに付き合ってもらうって決めたんだ。こればっかりはなんて言われようと曲げない。絶対だ。
Fuck straight at Saber. The only thing Saber can do is look back at me in shock.
ただ言いたいことがあるなら聞く。文句もあるだろうし、そういうのは今のうちに言っておいてくれ。その方がお互い気兼ねしなくて済む。セイバーが俺とデートするのが嫌だって言うんなら、別の方法だって考える。
あ、いえ、何もそこまでする必要はないと言いますか。私はその。
It's odd seeing Saber at a loss for words.
なら文句はないんだな。じゃあ行くぞ。
You cut her off. She was gonna say
セイバーにリクエ
something.
ストがないんだから、どこ行ったって怒るなよ。
Maybe we should just go to the aquarium. Hey, those are popular. That sounds good. So I grabbed Saber's hand.
シロ、文句はありませんが、何も手をつかむ必要はないのではありませんか。
If you're not complaining, then shut up.
いや、時間ももったいないし、少し走るからな。案内するからはぐれないようについてこい。
いえ、こんな状態ではその。
I started running without waiting for Saber's reply. I've been pretty clear with Saber, so no more being pathetic in front of her. For now, I just need to escort her to every place I can think of. Saber's hand in mine, I run through the crowd. Apparently, Saber's given up on resisting, and she just follows obediently. It's a little before 10 o'clock. We have 2 hours until lunchtime, so I'm going to make the most of that and really knock Saber's socks off. Is she wearing socks? Those 2 hours were like a storm. First, we tried a boutique, and I normally never go to. Then we tried our hand at bowling while I taught her the rules. I couldn't find the aquarium, so I was gonna say, but we fed birds at the park. We visited an interesting antique shop that ended up being a lot of fun, and I maintain that not going to the movie theater was the right choice. She'd probably just be confused. Anyway, I spent the whole time taking her places I figured a girl might like, and, well, the antique shop was probably the smartest choice there, because she's old. And it was 2 hours of failure and defeat. However, I tried to spin it. The day wasn't really shaping up to be a date. But more like a battle to the death, in which the first person to give up loses. Wherever I took Saber, she acted exactly like she always has done. Once in a while, she would fall so quiet that I started to worry if she was truly angry. Her lack of reaction made it clear that she was not having fun, which pushed me to try even harder each time. And so I ran around the city, desperate to make Saber smile, but noon came before I actually accomplished anything. And with Saber's reminder that it's lunchtime, I decided to take a short break. However... What is this? Oh. I can't help but blurt it out as we sit down.
昼食なら川沿いの喫茶店がおすすめよ。
That's great. You realize I'm broke though, yeah? That's the only advice Tosaka gave me last night. So I did as she suggested and picked this restaurant, but I never imagined it would be so pretentious. Take a look at the menu. Luckily, the menu has Japanese translations next to all this foreign text, so I can at least easily figure out what all the dishes are. Rich people, goddammit. Technically, Shiro's not like broke. He's got some like money saved up from working all his part-time jobs, and he is living technically in a mansion. So he's not like me. He's not broke. But he certainly ain't rich. The problem is that I've never heard of any of these dishes, and the prices are outrageous.
火星かここは。 何を頼んでいいのか全くわからないぞ。本気で。
How much is a steak? Whatever the market says. Oh yeah, if we're like, if first off, if you're in a place like that, you should not be ordering the food there. If you have to ask how much something is, you should not be ordering there. First off. Second of all, steak is mid. I stare at the menu and growl.
シロ、ここには昼食を取るために立ち寄ったのではないのですか？
Saber looks and sounds a little concerned.
そうなんだが、いかんせん勝手が違うというか。
I look up. What I see is Saber looking a little like a cornered rabbit.
セイバー？
落ち着かないのなら、今だけでも屋敷に戻りましょう。シロが用意してくれるものの方が私は好みです。
That's cute. That's fucking adorable.
ね、それは家に帰りたいってことか？
いえ、屋敷に帰りたいわけではなくですね。今日はひどく緊張したので、普段より疲れてしまったのです。
本当か。そっか。ここで飯にして一息ついたらまた街を出歩こうと思ったんだけど、セイバーが疲れたんならしばらくここで休憩しようか。
まさかそのようなことはありません。疲れたというのは語弊がありました。正しくはですね。
She's having fun. She just doesn't know how to show it. Saber stops. Fortunately, I'm the only one who hears the faint squeak from her stomach. Oh, and she could have just told me she was hungry.
申し訳ありません。つまり、昼食は早めにしてもらえると助かるということです。
了解。そうだな。面白みがないけど無難なところを頼んでみて、さっさと飯にありつこうか。
It should be easy if a light snack is all we need. I ordered 2 things that seem like lunch dishes and we quickly eat. Probably shouldn't quickly eat at a place like this. While I'm drinking my after-meal coffee, never understood that, I start thinking about what to do in the afternoon. What I learned this morning is that physical stuff like bowling is no good. Saber is extremely That's awesome. That in of itself is good, but Saber's looks already drawn enough attention, and when she gets like that, well, she stands out even more. After we finished the game, Saber got sulky because of all the attention she drew.
そんなわけで体を動かすのは避けると。なあ、セイバー、2度目になるけど、どこか行きたいところってあるか？
私にですか？いえ、特にはありません。私ではわかりませんから、このままシロにお任せします。
Saber lifts her teacup as she speaks. Food is cheaper in Japan than it is in the US. Doesn't mean it's not expensive for them. She ordered black tea to have after her meal, and she seems to enjoy its flavor. I hardly serve black tea at home, and even if I did, it'd just be the cheap tea bags. Yeah, she's probably enjoying like the actual tea. Saber must not have been satisfied with the drinks I've been serving at home, since it looks like she prefers black tea. Well, I should be more mindful about that starting tonight. Go to a tea shop. I fucking love tea shops. Saber isn't doing much. She's just drinking her tea. She didn't seem particularly happy, but she doesn't exactly look bored either. I guess she's just being Saber. As sunlight pours in through the window, Saber sits up straight, gracefully sipping from her teacup. It's the first time I've seen her do this, but it seems so natural. It's like I've seen it a million times before. Is she not doing the tea time thing? I don't know why I'm thinking that. Saber, at least as I know her, is always serious, only focused on wielding her sword on fighting.
Ah, so ka.
It's only natural. I only think of her as a girl who takes up her sword. The moment she sets her sword aside, Saber is always calm and gentle. The scene doesn't feel new or unnatural to me because it's just her being who she is. No matter how skilled a swordsman she is, this is Saber just being normal. Or wielding her sword isn't what makes her exceptional. I once thought while I was dreaming that she was suited for fighting. Do you think Berserker would drink tea? Berserker is Hercules, and Hercules is Greek, and I don't think the Greeks drank tea. Hercules would probably drink wine. That's mostly what they drank back in ancient Greece. It was water or wine. Short answer, no, I don't think he'd drink tea. I think he could tolerate tea because wine is fucking gross. Alcohol is gross. So it's not that he wouldn't acquire a taste for it, but I do not think that is his preferred drink. The motherfucker was Hercules? Yes. It was Heracles, which is Hercules. I don't think I'm wrong there. No matter how great her sword skills are, no matter how many battlefields she's been on, as long as she was really herself, she couldn't have found the battlefield a comfortable place to be. That's why this is how it's supposed to be. Saber's not wielding a sword. She's just resting and unwinding. She belongs in this serene setting. Kind of wanted a CG there, but it's fine. Nothing changes in the afternoon. I take her to every shop I can think of, and Saber follows quietly. At least it's not as awkward as earlier in the morning. Either I'm getting used to the situation, or Saber's given up. She gave up a while ago. She's still quiet, but the more I watch her, the more I notice she looks either angry or not angry, which is really confusing. Whenever I see Saber coming out of the store looking excited, I feel like this sense of accomplishment. It really makes me happy. Then, after a careful consideration of what Saber might like, I'm not certain, but I determined this shop is most likely to please Saber. Saber stands in front of the store, mouth agape. I'm not sure if her shoulders are trembling because she's angry or excited. I just can't tell. Where I Build-A-Bear.
街で一番品揃えのいいぬいぐるみ屋だってさ。男子禁制らしいんで立ち寄ったことはなかったけど。
That's incredibly stupid. Why would men not be allowed here? What about fathers? What about dudes that just like stuffed animals? What about people trying to get shit for their girlfriend? This is the dumbest. That's a really shitty rule. Obviously, it's not that men aren't allowed in the store. Okay. It's just that most of the customer base are girls, so this is an unspoken rule about men not going inside. Cowards? Besides, there are only girls in the store right now. Saber, with her beautiful blonde hair, is drawing attention while I'm drawing glares for being a guy. Fuck off! They must all be trying to keep me out of the sanctuary. I can't agree more. Even I don't think guys should be at a store like this. Fucking... stay in the 2000s.
せっかく来たんだから周りは気にせず見て回ろう。そういえば好きな動物っているか？
主に獅子や豹などは愛らしいと思っているのですが、おかしいでしょうか？
Why leopards? Lions I get. You mentioned having a pet lion at some point. Why leopards? I found myself turning away at fighting not to laugh. I'm not sure why Saber liking lions is strange.
シロ、今の行為は不自然です。何か言われのない怒りを覚えるのですが、私の気のせいでしょうか？
いや、悪い。ライオンってのがあんまりにもセイバーらしかったんで、つい笑っちまった。
人の趣味を笑うのは良くないことです、シロ。それにライオンも悪くありません。
Not discomfort, but rage.
だからすまなかったって。お詫びにいいとこに連れてくから、それで機嫌を直してくれ。
I'll try to fight down my laughter and walking into the store. Let's see. Looks like animal stuffed toys are over there. And it takes about an hour to get from one end to the store to the other. Damn. Big ass store. Watch in silence as Saber stares at the stuffed animals while I worry about the dozens or sets of prying eyes staring at me from around the store. I've never been so exhausted in all my life as I am today. Tell them to fuck off. Mind your damn business. The terrifying thing is that we've only made it through half the store. Saber frequently is paralyzed. That is, she often stops and stares at a stuffed animal. Even after all this time, we're only halfway through the store. Well, that sounds like she's enjoying herself to me. Probably should have started here. Saber seems very interested in the other half of the store, so I guess I'll just hang around while she does what she wants to here. You should probably spend time with her, but alright.
シロ、どうしたのです？ため息をついて。歩き通して疲れてしまったとか。
ああ、ちょっと疲れた。こんな程度で音を上げるほどやわじゃないんだけどな。ここは特別だ。やっぱり慣れないことはするもんじゃないのか。
I heave a sigh. I don't want people staring at us when we're just walking around, but I'm uncomfortable with it when we're in a girly shop. In a girly shop? Oh my god! When you're mentally drained, the first part of your body that feels it is your legs. I don't know if that's true for me. I think if I'm mentally drained, I just get really sleepy.
そういうセイバーは大丈夫か？こういう店初めてだろ？疲れたんなら言ってくれ。
確かに私も落ち着きませんが、シロの方が居心地が悪そうです。ここだけではなく、先ほどの店もその前の店でもそうでした。まさかとは思うのですが、シロは自分で行きたくない場所を選んでいるのではないですか？
Suddenly, those words dispel all worries and mental exhaustion I felt earlier.
そうだな。正直に言えば、あえて苦手なところを選んでるけど。
やはりどうかしています、シロ。慣れないと分かっていて、なぜこのような場所ばかり選ぶのです。それではあなたが。
いや、だって女の子にはこういう場所のが似合うだろう。遊びに行こうって連れ出したのは俺なんだから。今日はセイバーの日なわけだし。それにそう居心地悪くないぞ。セイバーがいるから大丈夫。隣にこれだけ美人がいるんだから、妬まれることはあれ、場違いだって思われることもないし。
何をバカな。武装していなくても私はサーバントです。いかに非戦闘時だからといって私を女性扱いする必要はありません。普段通りサーバントとして扱ってください。
You should now correct her and say the purpose of me bringing you out on a date is so I can treat you like a girl.
バカはそっちだ。普段通りも何もセイバーは初めっから女の子じゃないか。別に今日だけ気を使ってるわけじゃないし、今日の俺っていつもと違うか。
She's bewildered. Saber's mouth hangs open as if she's only just now realizing this.
いえ、同じです。あなたはいつも通りのシローでした。
だろ？だから俺に気を使う必要なんてないぞ。ほら、それじゃ行こう。一番気に入ったものを買うんだから、あと半分も見ないとダメだろ。
I take Saber's hand. She offers no objection as I tug her along.
そうでした。初めからそうだったのに、今になって気がつくなんて。
The music cut off, so I'm concerned. She murmurs to herself, sounding dazed. The uncomfortable day passes it by in a flurry. Saber never laughs, not once during the whole day, so neither do I. No part of the day was particularly memorable, but neither was there any painfully boring aspect. Basically, nothing significant happened. I don't know, I think that fucking entrance into the stuffed animal shop was probably pretty good. The way it went, maybe Saber would have been happy if we stayed in the dojo and trained together. But today wasn't all that bad either. Even if it didn't end up being all that exciting, I should be proud that I at least managed to take Saber around. After the war is over and once everything goes back to normal, I don't want to look back on all this and realize that all this time I spent with Saber was in combat. Even if this entire day was stupid, she needs to spend some time doing something other than fighting, but there's no point in her being here. So, yeah, I should be proud of myself. The end is near. when everything is done and when there's no need to fight anymore, Saber can look back on this moment. That's enough for me. We walked back home. For some reason, after saying we were tired literally all day, just we were trying to get on the bus, Saber finally voices a preference. The winds are picking up. A brilliant sunset paints... What? Why is sunset 2 words here? The brilliant sunset paints a bright red. Saber notices something, stops and looks over the bridge into the river. She's looking at a mountain of rubble. I say it's a mountain, but the pile isn't really that high. Steel frames and other things are piled up just a little below the water level. It's only slightly disturbing the flow of the river. I don't know what happened, but some boat probably sank and pieces of it drifted here. Here some of the neighboring residents have been complaining, trying to get rid of the pile since it's so unsightly.
なんだよ、セイバー。あれが気になったのか？
いえ、まだ残っていたのかと。あれの原因は私ですから。前回の戦いで水上戦を余儀なくされ、ここで宝具を使ってしまった。被害は川を干上がらせただけでしたが、運悪く停泊していた船を巻き込んでしまったのです。
はあ？巻き込んだって、まさかエクスカリバーにか？
Let's just keep saying the name of our weapon out loud so other people can hear it.
そうなのですが、幸い乗客はいませんでしたし、被害も大きくなかったんです。川だって今では元通りですし、そう怒らなくともいいではありませんか。私だって反省しているのですから。
I should be more careful. Whenever we use Excalibur, I need to be mindful to use it somewhere there's a lot of open space, like out here.
シロ、まだ怒っていますか？
I was never mad?
いや、別に怒ってない。ただ、びっくりしただけだ。あとはまあ、前回の名残って結構あるんだなって。中央公園のあれのに比べたら、川の瓦礫なんて問題じゃないだろう。まあ、船の持ち主は災難だったとは思うが。
それはご安心を。船の持ち主には保険が下りたと桐次が言っていましたし、もともと緩衝材にするつもりで船を止めさせたのですから。船体を壁に見立てて宝具の威力を削いだのですね。
なんだ、じゃあ初めから承知で船を壊したってことか。
承知していたわけではありません。あれは桐次が私に黙って用意していたものです。そうですね。桐次には戦いの流れが読めていたのでしょう。船を用意する前もその後も一言も口にしなかったので気がつきませんでしたが。
And then Saber looks down at the river, thinking back to that earlier Holy Grail lore. The surface of the water glitters with the reflected sunlight. The wind coming from the river flutters Saber's hair. She's so beautiful.
Saber, 今日は楽しかったか?
I'm suddenly scared Saber's going to disappear, so I ask a question it's probably better not to voice.
はい。何か言いましたか、シロ?
Say it again. Please just say the fucking line again. Just do it.
言った。今日は楽しかったか聞いた。
Thank you. I hold my breath. Saber looks a little confused.
そうですね。新鮮でないと言えば嘘になります。
She says it fondly, like she knows she'll never have another day like this. Which is exactly why I already knew her answer. The only thing left for me to do is nod in agreement and then walk her home. At the least, things can still go back to normal if I leave it at that.
そうか。
Look at Saber and nod.
ならまた行こう。こんなの別に今回限りってわけじゃないんだから。
This may be a dangerous thing to say. Saber's expression hardens. I think she realizes what I'm trying to say. She looks directly at me and suddenly shakes her head. there would not be a second time. This happened today, and that's where it will stay.
それはなぜ？
I know exactly what Saber's going to say. Why is bro catching feelings? That happened a long time ago. I know I won't be satisfied with her answer, but I ask anyway.
なぜも何もない。サーバントは戦うために存在するものです。今日のような行為は自らの存在を否定することになる。
It is not what you are. You are specifically not that. You are specifically only half of that.
シローが休憩すべきだと判断したから従いましたが、もうこの先は体を休める必要はないでしょう。残る敵は少ない。シローが命じるなら今すぐにでもランサーを探し出したいほどですが。
She focuses on me, eyes blazing with her fighting spirit. Saber is saying that she can head into any battle at any time if she's ordered to. And that really sets off my anger.
なんだよそれ。そんなに戦いたいのか、お前は。
She spent more than half of her life fighting. Like, it's not really all that weird to think of. Like, you said that Saber's like about your age, probably a little younger than you in terms of like physicality, so she's like 15, 16, which means she spent the majority of her existence fighting.
当然でしょう。戦えば戦うほど聖杯に近づくのです。私にとって戦闘は何よりも優先すべきことです。それは素人って分かっているはずですが。
ああ、分かってる。だからおかしいんだ。前から言いたかったんだけどな。矛盾してるぞ、お前。セイバーは戦いが大事だっていう割に、自分から戦いたいなんて思ってないだろう。他に手段がないから、いやいや戦ってるに過ぎないんじゃないのか。
Yeah.
そんなことはありません。私は戦闘をためらわない。
But that's not the same thing as wanting to fight.
勝利するためならば、手段は選ばないと言ったでしょう。
That is not the same thing as wanting to fight. Yeah, she did say that. But that doesn't mean she likes fighting.
できる範囲でだろ。いいか、セイバー。単純に他のマスターを倒して聖杯を手に入れるって言うんならさ、ライダーみたいに人を襲って力を得ればいい。だけど、セイバーはそれが嫌なんだろう。
それは
無関係な人間を巻き込みたくないんじゃない。いざ戦いになれば人は死ぬものだとお前はよく分かっている。そうだからこそお前は戦闘を最小限に抑えたがっていた。戦えば死者は出る。だから早く終わらせたいって。つまりさ、お前は犠牲者が出る戦いってやつがたまらなく怖いんだ。
Saber's eyes grow wide, like she's seen a ghost, but quickly narrow. She grits her teeth.
違います。私は戦いを怖がってなどいません。
That is not what he said.
そうだな。確かにお前は初めから怖がってなんていなかったと思う。そんな個人の恐怖なんて王の使命とやらで塗りつぶされていたんだろうから。だけどそれでもお前は戦いを嫌ってる。お前は単に強くて戦いがうまかっただけだ。けどそれはお前が望んだ才能じゃないだろう。はっきり言うぞ。お前は戦いになんて向いていない。本当は剣を取ることさえ嫌だったはずだ。戦うことだけが目的だっていうのはお前自身がお前をごまかすための言い分に過ぎない。
On top of that, why didn't anyone around her, even herself, figure it out? Just say something. Well, Merlin did technically.
シロ、いくらあなたでもそれ以上の侮辱は許しません。
図星だから我慢できないんだろ。認めたら戦えなくなるからな。
I hear a grinding sound. Saber's glaring at me, trying to hold back her anger. I can't back down now. I know I'm right. I can't back down.
だからやめろよ。お前だってやめたがってるんだろ。剣なんて自分に向いてないって分かってるんだろ。ならやめてしまえばいい。サーバントなんてやめて もっと自分に向いたことをしろ。
That's technically what she's fighting. It's not too late for her to try to find whatever real human happiness she's always wanted. And for that, I would...
バカなことを。私に戦う以外の選択肢などありません。この私は聖杯を手に入れるためだけのものです。王の誓いを守るためにこの身を差し出した。それ以外の自分の使い道など私には許されない。
It's just an object seeking to obtain the Holy Grail. That's what ticked me off the most. Why does she talk like that? Like she's only trying to convince herself. Everyone around her took her at her word because she kept insisting on stuff like this.
バカ、そんなことあるか。道なんていくらでもある。お前はここにいるんだ。昔のお前とは違う。なら、これからは自分のために生きなきゃダメだ。間違っても聖杯を。
What I say next is what I hope for most.
どうでもいい他人のためなんかには使うな。ここにいるなら、セイバーはここで幸せにならなきゃダメだ。
My ears pick up the sound of wind. Saber doesn't answer. She doesn't nod. She only looks straight into my eyes.
その言葉にはうなずけない。私はあなたに従うと契約した。だが、心まで預けたわけではありません、マスター。
Saber speaks slowly and clearly.
王の誓いは破れない。私には王として果たさなければならない責務がある。アーサー王の目的は聖杯の入手です。それが叶おうとも、私はアルトリアに戻ることはないでしょう。私の望みは初めから一つだけ。剣を手にした時からこの誓いは永遠に変わらないのですから。
なんでだよ。セイバーがやらなくちゃいけないことはそんなんじゃないだろう。そんな最後まで報われないなんて間違ってる。お前には聖杯なんて必要ない。それに
Besides, Saber's wish won't come true. What's already happened can't be changed.
セイバー、起きてしまったことをやり直すなんてできないんだ。いや、それはやってはいけないことだと思う。そんなことぐらいお前だって気づいてるんじゃないのか。
いいえ、決してそんなことは。
なら言ってやる。たとえどんなにひどい結末だろうと、起きてしまったことを変えるなんてできない。できなかったからやり直しがしたいなんて、そんなのは子供のわがままと同じじゃないか。
We're at an impasse. Saber doesn't say anything more, and I don't have anything more to say. The sound of wind stops. Rather, it pauses for a moment. An instant later, it picks back up, just as I feel the wind on my cheek.
シローなら分かってくれると思っていた。
It becomes a headwind.
今日一日無意に過ごし、言いたかったことはそれだけですか？
Her voice is cold. I hear only rejection in it.
思い上がらないでほしい。あなた程度の人間に私の何がわかるというのです。あなたに私に踏み入る権利などない。戦うなですか？私に守られなければならない未熟なマスターが何を。そのような世まい事を吐くのは一人で戦えるようになってからにしてください。まあそんなことは永遠にありえないでしょうが。
違う。世まい事って俺は。
ですから世まい事でしょう。自分のことを考えろですって。それは素人と同じではありませんか。あなたは自分の命が感情に入っていない。あなたは私が間違っていると言いますが、あなたの方こそ何かを間違えている。自身より他人を優先するなど死者の考えだ。自身の命の重みも知らない大バカ者がよくもそんなことを言えたものです。
セイバー、 お前
勘に触りましたか。ならいっそのこと契約を解除しても構いません。どうせあなたは聖杯を必要としていない。あとは私一人でマスターを破り聖杯を手に入れるだけですから。そんなに戦うのが嫌ならばあなたは遠くで隠れていればいいでしょう。
セイバー、お前それ本気で言ってるのか。
My voice trembles. My teeth are rattling, angrier than I realized.
当然です。私の目的は聖杯だけ。それ以外のことなど余計だ。シロ、それはあなたも例外ではありません。
I struggle to breathe. I try to fight the blackness encroaching on my vision, try to get my heart beating again.
この分からずや。いい、そんなに戦いたいってんなら勝手にしろ。もう俺は知らないからな。
Well, this isn't going well. Can't keep my emotions under control. I yell out for some sort of lame excuse, then turn and run. I run away from her. For an instant, I think I see Saber just standing there dumbfounded.
くそ
I just run. I don't know why I'm mad, only that I am. So I run into a fit of rage.
それ以外のことなど余計だ。シロ、それはあなたも。
I grip my teeth. Honestly, I'm getting dizzy just thinking back on what she said. I'm so unfocused, I might run into a pole or something. Well, it would be easy if I could do that. If I was only angry at Saber, I should have taken it out on her like an idiot and just been done with it. But something else causes my fit of rage. I'm not mad at Saber. I'm so frustrated that I keep running and I don't allow myself to catch my breath because I know I'm a spineless good for nothing. Saber just stands there gaping at me. I heard her faintly, just as the wind changed directions.
シロなら分かってくれると思っていた。
くそ、そんなの分かるかバカ。
I immediately regret my words and nearly trip. What do those words mean? They had sounded like parting words, but also like she'd been about to cry. And then I think about it, that was probably the only honest thing she'd said. She hung her head as she muttered that to me. Her voice was a mixture of expectation, disappointment, and pleading. Then, who was the betrayer? Who was betrayed? Run into my room and slam the sliding door. Flop on the floor, arms and legs splayed. Tired of standing. I just want to lie down and go right to sleep. But even when I lie down, my body is on fire. My heart feels like it's about to burst and my lungs are desperate to take in oxygen. I ran back here at full speed, not even pausing once, so I can't blame my body for the discomfort. I feel like I still haven't run enough, but my body is telling me to slow down. It takes a bit, but I manage to calm down. I take a deep breath, hold it, and release it. After my breathing calms down, there's just one thing left swirling in my head, and it's a simple question. What am I really angry about? It's not really something I need to think about. I'm just running because I know I'm helpless. I can't help Saber. It's so frustrating. I'm angry with myself. I can't do anything. I said I was going to make her smile. I decided to protect Saber, but I couldn't do anything, and that's making me so angry.
どうしろってんだ。セイバー自身が自分の幸せを求めていない限り、他人がどうこう言っても無駄だってのに。
She don't wanna be saved, don't save her. She don't wanna be saved, don't save her. That's why I tried to help Saber find happiness on her own. She told me those words were futile. Those efforts, sorry. She told me those efforts were futile. Even called me an idiot.
自身の命の重みも知らない大バカ者か。
what do I do with all that? I value my life, and I don't want to do anything to end it. My life has nothing to do with Saber. Bringing my circumstances into this wasn't fair. No matter how stupid I am, I know for sure that Saber's wrong. But when she outright rejects me like that, there's not really anything I can do. I roll over to lay flat on my face. Now all I see is the tatami mat, so I might as well close my eyes and empty my mind. I don't care what happens to Saber. That's a lie. If the Holy Grail is so important, then she should just marry it. I don't know who localize that. If she's going to be stubborn after I've told her so many times, I should just stay out of it or I'll end up getting burned. Actually, I might not get out of that mess with only a burn. I might actually Actually, I might not get out of that mess with only a burn. I might actually get really hurt. I already gotten hurt. This is worse than just getting burned. I met her, fought with her multiple times, and to survive, I saw into the depths of her heart in a moment of incredible intimacy. I remember her heat, the light deep inside her. I don't know why I'm remembering this right now. It's a faraway grassy field, memories of a girl left behind. The moment I think back to that beauty, nothing matters anymore. What Saber says doesn't matter. Saber is just unfair. I don't know what exactly is unfair about her, but I know something is. Angry as I am, I can't hate her. The more I want to forget her, the harder it gets. It's all tangled up. That's a hell of a thing to come to conclusion over one date over. I can't help it. Can't give up no matter how many times she tells me it's useless. I just have to see it through to the end. I remember her face there on the verge of tears. Does that mean... will she make that face every time I do something like this? I'm going to keep doing this, even if I'm wrong. If she's really important to me, I'll never apologize to her. Bro said I can fix her if she lets me. You know what? Yeah, that is kind of what he just said, isn't it? I think I hear a sound. I'm not sure when the sun set, but the room's gone dark. Ticking of a clock is getting annoying.
いつまで寝ぼけてるのよ。いい加減起きてもらわないと困るんだけど。だから起きなさいって。もう10時過ぎよ。ご飯を食べさせろってイリアがうるさいんだから。Bitch, make her dinner. 起きて相手をしてあげなさい。
Bro, you've been here for God knows how long. It's been my turn like 5 times in a row. Fucking make dinner. She sounds upset. I snapped to full wakefulness.
10時過ぎ?
I jump up.
そう。正確には22時17分。夕飯の時間にしては論外ね。
Tosaka stands over me, looking annoyed.
すまん、寝てた。すぐに行くから今で待っててくれ。
それはいいけど、シロ、セイバーは？
いや、ここにいないんなら道場か今じゃないのか。
Grilled cheese even, like fuck. Like, I'm just saying, like, she was so proud of her fucking cooking and everyone even admitted her cooking was better than mine, but it's been my turn for the past whole entire game. Like, Jesus Christ. Some rice and beans, bitch.
シロ、私はセイバーがいないから聞いてるの。
Tosaka is serious, and I instantly realized what that means.
まさか、あいつ帰ってきてないのか。
ちょっとシロ、帰ってきてないってどういうことよ。
Tosaka runs out of the room after me. There's no time to explain. I ignore Tosaka's yelling behind me and I rush outside. The town is quiet. Just like yesterday, there's absolutely nobody around. I don't have the patience to think about how odd that is. Hold on. Just, this one might be slightly longer, but it's fine. I'm intending to see. I can't just end it here. This is a really depressing place to leave this. Saber hasn't come home yet. I actually don't blame her. We had a huge argument. She was going to fight along. Knowing her, she'd do it too. Saber is nowhere to be found. If I can't find her, that might mean she's actually fighting Lancer, the final servant, as we speak. But I head straight to the what? I head straight to the one more place. To one more place? I head straight to one more place. There near the river is cold. The night is chilly, and when I passed the park, it was so cold the entire place felt like it was covered in frost. My cheeks and ears sting with the cold, and my breath mist white. If it's that cold in the park, I can't imagine how absolutely freezing it's going to be on the bridge, with the wind blowing from the river. There I see her. She's right where she'd been standing when I ran away. Saber leans on the rail and gazes out over the water. Maybe she's just following the sun, which has long set. She's staring off into the distance, her eyes fixed on the red horizon that's long since vanished. And that's when I realize. Saber is strong, but she's weak too. Her dignified appearance is just her way of trying to prove that she can get by without anyone's help. But at the same time, she's so fragile she might slip through the fingers if I reach for her. She can't do things alone, but she will probably keep that front up until the very end. I would say 6 hours straight, but you streamed like 8 or 9 hours last time. Well, Landy, you remember how it used to be. I used to 8 or 9 hour streams was just how it was back then. Also, I really cannot leave it off at this point. This is really fucking depressing. Thus, his writing is entertaining that you'll keep reading. Not that I'm denying that, but that is just normal around here. Like, literally it was Friday. Literally Friday, I streamed for 9 hours just playing Bleach. So, just like me, she'd been staring up at what? She'd been staring at the unreachable stars. All she does is look at that setting sun, as if it's all she knows how to do. I can't leave her alone. If our argument needs a loser, then it's unquestionably me. It's led me to swearing never to let her make that face again. I step out onto the bridge. Saber doesn't seem to hear my footsteps. I approach without a word and lean onto the rail next to her.
Saber, 体冷えるぞ.
Doesn't happen that often these days. I try not to keep VODs long because having long VODs makes it really annoying to upload to YouTube. But I think I've fixed that issue in quotation marks. I'm just gonna have multiple recordings. She jumps in surprise. Saber finally notices me.
Shiro.
She turns toward me.
何してんだよ、こんな時間まで。いつまでも帰ってこないから、遠坂が心配してたぞ。
そうですか。それは悪いことをした。
別にいいけどな。けど、なんだってこんなところにいたんだ、お前は。いや、まあ。
Oops. Fuck, he wasn't done talking.
ここにいたのはまだ行き先が決まっていなかったからです。シローは勝手にしろと言ったでしょう。ですから勝手にしようと思ったのです。けれど何をするべきか、何をしたいのか、どこに行きたいのか思い浮かばず。
Okay, that is the most.
どこに行くべきかを考えていました。
That is the most depressing sentence I've ever heard in my fucking life. You told me to do what I wanted to do, but I could not think of what I should do or where I should go. So I just been standing here trying to determine where to go. Now, it was about sunset when we came back, so if Shiro ran directly home, it probably took about an hour from the bridge, right? So she's been just sitting here for 4 hours just thinking about what the fuck it is she wants out of life. And that's depressing. That's very sad. Sounds like a lost child. Saber doesn't look me in the eyes as she speaks. Maybe she feels guilty? Maybe she does after the fight we had. I can't blame her for thinking I must be angry.
申し訳ありません。リンには世話になったと伝えてください。ランサーを倒し、聖杯を手に入れたのなら、シローの元に戻ります。ですから、それまで。
Is she saying that she intended to wander around alone without anywhere to go home to? That idiot.
何言ってるんだ。お前が帰るところは俺んちだろ。飯だって布団だってちゃんとセイバーの分を用意してんだから。
ですが、シローはもう私のことなど知らないと。
そうだよ。セイバーが何考えてるか俺にはわからない。
I say that, and then I take her hand.
シロー。
うちに帰るぞ。いくらサーバントだからってこんなに冷えたら風邪をひく。早く戻ってあったかいものでも食べよ
う。ですが私は。
それと言っとくけど俺は謝らないからな。文句があるなら今のうちに言っとけよ。
I'm crude about it, but I try to avoid her gaze. She stares at me confused. Saber looks like she wants to apologize, but I ignore her. Maybe that works in my favor. She doesn't say anything, she just follows me in silence holding my hand. We head across the bridge and into the park. It's 11 o'clock. There's nobody in the park, but it's packed with plenty of decorations like fountains and streetlights. I walk briskly. Saber's steps are sluggish. She stood on the bridge for more than 5 hours. There it is! She must be freezing and tired. With a tug on her hand, she occasionally stumbles, but she's not about to fall down.
セイバー、もう少しゆっくり歩こうか。なんか調子が良くなさそうだし。
Turn toward her as I speak.
いえ、体はとても元気です。
So this is probably... I'm trying to say this is good writing. That's what I'm trying to get to. I didn't know how to use words to express my feelings. This is good writing. These are two people who very clearly care about each other, but don't know how to care about each other.
ただリンの言葉に踊らされるわけではありませんが、こうして手をつないでいると本当に愛引きのようだなと。
Just like that, my face turns bright hot red.
そうだな。手離そうか。セイバーが迷惑だったらの話だけど。
いいえ、私もこうしている方がいいです。シローの手は温かくて安心します。
Our conversation ends. You should probably tell her that you like her, though. I resume heading home just to cover my embarrassment. Saber follows in silence. I'm not even sure how much farther it is to the house. A little embarrassed by the warmth of our clasped hands, we both leave the park. A lot's happened today. But if we're ending the day with a warmth like this, hell, I'll change religions and think the priest who, indirect as he may be, allowed this moment to happen. Of course, the second I think that...
どこに行く？勝手に人のものを持っていくな、小僧。
What do we do, Chad? Do we end the stream here? I'll save no matter what, but I'll let you guys decide. Do we keep going? You do not end it here? I'll let you guys vote. Let you guys vote. Hold on. Let's make it 2 minutes. That's fine. There you go. There's a poll up. Since you seem to be the resident expert here, since we are continuing, we are at about 3 hours into the recording. Is what's about to happen going to take longer than another hour? I probably should have ran hands when that happened. I'm not sure. I suppose it depends on how fast you read. That sounds like a no. Okay, we'll just keep going now. This motherfucker said, do not take what is mine. Fuck you. We run into someone we've never... What? We run into someone we never should have. Bro, you had like 5 hours to run into her. You waited to the exact moment I get there to start causing problems? The elation I'd felt vanishes and my mind goes blank. Goosebumps cover my body and I realize I've forgotten how to breathe.
Shiro.
Saber standing behind me probably feels the same. She grips my hand tightly in her own. In the same way I feel a sense of impending death. Saber feels the inevitable despair.
待たせたな、セイバー。約束通り、こうして迎えに来てやったぞ。
あーちゃ。
The man in gold. Bro think he's so swaggy with this fucking fur coat on. I'm the only one who looks swaggy with the fur coat on. Fuck you. Over here with fucking fucking locks for earrings, bro. Fuck out of here with this shit, bro. The unidentified heroic spirit who annihilated Caster's bone soldiers and even took out Caster with barely any effort. I can 100% guarantee that you will love Ren's route since you're enjoying Saber's route. I'm also curious about Sakura. Sakura seemed like the most logical choice for our protagonist, so I'm interested to see how that goes. Now that monster stands in front of us. He's so close. We're at the exact right distance to begin slashing at each other at any moment. Death looms right in front of us, even more than when we faced Berserker.
どうしたセイバー。俺がわざわざ出向いてやったのだ。いつまでも黙っているのは無礼であろう。それとも、俺のものになる前に少しばかり遊ぶつもりか？騎士王よ。
Narsha stifles a laugh. He's not even looking at me. Paper is his only focus. He admires her like she's a piece of art. Ew. Saber's demeanor changes. She must have made up her mind. She's already determined that the man in front of us is an enemy, while I've hardly moved a muscle.
シロ、何としても衝撃だけは防ぎます。その隙にあなただけは離脱してください。それがどれほど困難かは分かっていますが、あのサーバント相手ではそれが精一杯なのです。
I can hear the apology in her voice for not being able to do more. Even someone as powerful as Saber could only block his first attack. My chances of getting away from this guy are slim at best. Saber is asking me to forgive her for what's about to happen. She probably knows there's no way for her to defeat the man in gold. I can't let her do that. This is different than when we fought Berserker. I know, though I don't have proof, that making Saber fight this servant can only end badly. Actually, I do have proof. I know from seeing his noble phantasm last night. Saber can't beat him right now. This is not a matter of her skills as a knight. It's not even the right way to look at this. No heroic spirit, so long as they remain a heroic spirit, can beat the man in gold.
違う。逃げるのはお前の方だ、セイバー。
シロ。
I cover Saber's face. What? I cover Saber and face Archer.
ほう、そうか。 マスターがいたのだったな。あまりのみすぼらしさゆえ、犬か何かだと思ったぞ。
This motherfucker doesn't understand why you don't wear white. Please ignore the fact that my previous outfit was white. He smiles cheerfully. He raises an arm and lazily snaps his fingers. I feel sick. I need to leave right now or I'm dead. There's no rhyme or reason. I just know instinctively that this guy will kill me for standing in front of him like this.
行け、セイバー。ここからなら境界が近い。あいつなら、あれが相手でもお前をかくまってくれるはずだ。
I push Saber away and start running, trying to escape the death I can only hope isn't inevitable. There's no plan here. I'm just going to risk it all and run straight at this guy, and then I'm going to project Saber's sword again, just like when I fought Berserker. Oh, neat. I'm blown back. What just happened? The moment he snapped his fingers, something appeared right beside me. It's a giant hammer. It knocks me aside like a piece of trash and I slam hard into the ground. I can't move. My body is completely useless, like all my bones have turned to jelly. Lost all sensation in my... What is this, like the 7th time we've died? I lost all sensation in my limbs. The pain is so dull, I can't even tell if I'm still alive.
殺しはせん。今ここで貴様を潰せば、セイバーも消えてしまうからな。不本意ではあるが、聖杯を呼ぶまでは生かしておいてやろう。
Man laughs. I tried to push myself, but my body won't listen. Push myself up.
だが思い上がるなよ雑種。貴様なぞいなくともサーバントを存命させる方法はある。単に今の状態が最も手がかからぬだけだ。それ以上さえずるのなら殺すぞ。
And then my mind goes blank. He will kill me. If I make even a single move, he would do what he just said he would do. I can't possibly move after that kind of warning. Saber tries to run towards me.
どこに行く？邪魔者はいなくなったのだ。お前が向かうべきはそのようなクズではなかろう。
See, the thing about situations like this is that in a situation like this, I would not have self-preservation. I would do anything I could to just give him the most minor inconvenience, like get blood on his fucking coat or some shit. You know what I mean? Make him feel like he's totally touchable, even if he himself feels like he's untouchable. Do that, and then I win, even if I fucking die. It wouldn't work that way, but the man in gold won't allow it. He stands in front of me and waits for Saber to reach me. Saber stops and glares at him. The two stand about 10 meters apart. I don't know about archery, but Saber can't close that distance. Can close that distance in a heartbeat.
その様子ではまだ俺に下る気はないようだな。理解に苦しむ。
Bro, who even are
お
you?
前ほどの英霊ならば、俺に選ばれることがどれほどの価値かわかろうに。
よまいごと、英霊になろうと私は王だ。貴様の軍門になど下らぬ。
That's true.
そうか？いかに王であろうと、お前は女だ。
Oh, okay. I know what we're doing here. We're doing the, not the inverse. Is it the inverse? Is it the... Basically, we're doing Shiro, but like distorted. So like this is the antithesis of Shiro. You may be a king, but you're still a woman, which is the exact same shit that Shiro said to her. But now it's like weird and possessive.
主の前に神戸を垂れ。
It was weird and possessive when Shiro did it, but it's fine.
女の幸せであろう。だというのに何を拒む。まさか物もわからぬ小娘でもあるまいし。俺の女になるのは恐ろしいか。
貴様。
そう憤るな。俺は奪うだけではない。等しく喜びも与えよう。俺のものになるというのならば、文字通りこの世のすべてを与えて。
Bro, who are you?
誇るがいい。お前にはそれだけの価値があると認めたのだ。
That's gross. The man moves. He extends both arms and approaches Saber as if in a welcoming embrace.
そう。守護者になどなることもなく、死にゆく運命に戻ることもない。もう一度だけ言うぞ、セイバー。このまま俺のものになれ。この世界で共に二度目の生を謳歌しようではないか。
断る。そのようなことに興味はないし、何より貴様と共に生きるなどまかり間違ってもありえません。
Saber looks straight at Archer as she speaks. She stands firm, not taking so much as a step back. His laughter suddenly stops. I'm not sure what he found so funny in the first place.
いいぞ。それでこそ俺の見込んだ女よ。
No, he just didn't.
はあ、この世に一つ程度は俺に従わぬ者がいなければな。
Ew.
よし。では力ずくだ。聖杯を手に入れた後、その身に中身をぶちまけてやろう。喜べよ、セイバー。そうなればマスターなど不要となる。万能の器である聖杯。その力すべてを飲み干すのだからな。サーバントなどと人間の使い魔に甘んじることもなくなるだろう。
Do you see this character had fangirls? So damn smug. To that.
アーチャー、貴様の目的は何だ？
She must have realized that the only option is to fight him. Before she engages in the enemy, she wants to know why he does what he does.
目的か？さあ、何だったか。あいにくこの世の財はすべて手に入れた身でな。望むものだと当にない。
聖杯を求めてはいないというのか？
聖杯？ああ、不老不死か。そんなものは蛇にくれてやった。
This nigga is Adam? Wait. Wait. Adam? I gave that to the snake? That's the only possible, maybe Cain? Saber freezes. What just happened? Saber suddenly shakes her head to refute those words.
だがこの世界は面白いぞ。根本は変わらぬが、装飾もここまで来れば別物だ。これならば、再びこの世で君臨するのも悪くない。そうだな。俺の目的といえばそんなところか。それを効率よく進めるというのであらば、聖杯の力も悪くはないな。
支配欲か。見下げ果てたな、アーチャー。そんなことのために聖杯を欲するとは。
Why is he an archer though?
欲するのではない。世の財はすべて我のもの。自分のものを他人に使われるのが我慢ならんだけよ。
Yeah, no, if it's Adam, it makes perfect sense. The world belongs to me makes perfect sense. Why is he in fucking armor though?
お前とて、その政権を人に使われては腹立たしいだろう。騎士王よ。
Pale mist shrouds Saber. Then in a flash, she's wearing her brilliant silver armor.
ほう。
He doesn't move a muscle. In the next instant, Saber dashes forward. In the space of a single breath, she rushes straight at the man and swings her invisible sword at him with deadly speed. Saber goes flying backwards. If Saber's armor materialized by magical energy, Archer's must be the same. In the brief space of the rapid exchange, the man in gold arms himself. Saber looks calmly at Archer as she readies her sword. Even as his eyes meet hers, his sneer remains.
よいぞ。歯向かうことを許す、セイバ
The enemy happily announces the beginning of battle. A white light bursts in the air between them. Saber's sword, shredded in a bolt of lightning, cleaves directly toward the Golden Knight. 1, 2, 3, 4 strikes. Each time Saber's sword strikes, blinding light flashes from the contact. Watching her repeated attacks is like staring at a strobe light. It's just like when I first saw Saber, the night when she fought Lancer. Saber channels her excess magical energy into a sword and strikes with such speed and precision that she all but becomes a lightning bolt. The clang of sword against armor echoes through the air. Is he not attacking? Archer hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. As Saber's sword strikes at him, he barely manages to defend his head with both hands. He simply doesn't have the skill to block Saber's attacks. Saber's skill with the sword is vastly superior to his, but he doesn't need to do anything, does he? On top of that, her sword is invisible. Even if Archer draws his weapon, he won't be able to defend against the invisible blade. It strikes his armor relentlessly. The sword hits the armor, chipping away at it and sends sparks showering in all directions. The only thing that man can do is ward off Saber's blows from his face with his hands. This isn't a fight, it's a massacre. But in spite of the fury of Saber's attacks, Archer's armor remains intact. If he's still unscathed even after such a savage assault, the golden armor must be his noble phantasm.
さすがにこれ以上はまずいか。相変わらず底なしの魔力よな。俺の鎧がきしみを上げるなど、そうあり得ることではないのだが。
Archer raises his arm, but not towards Saber. I have no idea what he's trying to do, but Archer just stretches his arm up into the empty night sky.
戯れは終わりだ。その身、ここで俺に捧げるがいい。
Am I hallucinating? Is this an illusion? He has something in his hand. It's a short sword shaped like a key. Saber plants both feet, unleashing a much more powerful attack against Archer. But Archer bats it aside with his dark red sword.
今のは復讐の呪詛を含んだ宝具か。
Saber puts some distance between herself and Archer, glaring at his sword. The enemy wielding such a weapon is a threat, no question, but it also means he's showing his hand. Whether his noble phantasm is his armor or his sword, we'll be able to figure out how to deal with it as long as we can see it. Saber readjusts her stance. Archer has already said his armor is at his limit. If Saber can go back on the offensive with the same fury as before, she should be able to... He didn't say it was at his limit, he just said it was creaking. She should be able to cut through his armor. Even if he pulls out his noble phantasm now, the next blow will decide the match.
最後だ。前回つけられなかった決着をつけよう、アーチャー。
The sword in her hand is still invisible. She raises her sacred sword, still bound up in swirling wind, and faces her enemy. Saber seems to know what the noble phantasm is. She puts the distance between them because she knows how to deal with it. She's readying herself to face Archer directly. Each of them wields a sword, and if their powers are equal, then it's a matter of the wielder's skill. And that should mean Saber will win.
よかろう。では来るがいいセイバー。その剣に免じ、俺のすべてを見せてやる。
The man laughs.
ならば
Saber charges in without hesitation. Her sword will cleave through his armor. The very instant I think that,
ゲート・オブ・バビロン。
Gate of Babylon? An invisible door opens behind the man. Saber jerks to one side. Archer holds something else in his hand now. Not the black or red sword. It's an invisible sword like Saber's. By the time Saber deflects it, Archer is already has a different sword. His sword strikes at her in a merciless rain of ice shards. Saber twists away to dodge, but the air around her has become almost solid with flying blades. She's driven back as the blades close in on her from all sides. As the shards cling to Saber vanish, her enemy holds a deadly-looking weapon that resembles the Grim Reaper's scythe. The Gate of Babylon. Saber blocks the weapon, arcing for her neck with a gauntlet, but it's useless. The scythe shears through her gauntlet like it's made of tissue paper and begins to drain her magical energy. It's as if it's trying to pull out her bones rather than her blood or flesh. What? It's as if it's trying to pull out her bones rather than her blood or flesh. Saber stumbles, but she manages to keep it together. But her retreat takes on a different note. She's not distancing herself to prepare for the next attack. She's desperately fleeing the enemy. Saber glares at Archer as she passes magical energy through her numbed arm. A halo of hilts float. Why did reading become so hard for me all of a sudden? A halo of hilts floats around Archer. Those are the swords that slaughtered Castor. His noble phantasm. Now it's backing Saber into a corner. Even I, looking out from the distance, can't believe what I'm seeing. All those hills floating behind him are definitely his noble phantasm. Not 10, not 20. I can't see them all, but I can tell there's no end to them. They were all from different times and places. The serpent has all the divine mysteries that have ever been mentioned in various legends and lore. Saber's voice trembles. No servant would ever reveal their true name just because someone asks. But Archer's noble phantasm is so bizarre, Saber couldn't help but ask. Saber's right. All the noble phantasms he has are real. There's no demonic swords from Northern Europe or even from South America. No hero has ever made a name for themselves in so many regions, besides the Lancer should be the only one with Gaebolg. Heroic spirits have their favorite weapon they used in their lifetime as their noble phantasm. Based on that rule, the only one who could have Gaebolg is Cuchulainn. Our Archer isn't Cuchulainn, and that means his spear can't be Gaebolg. This is definitely the real Gaebolg. If those noble phantasms were fake, that would explain it, but they're real. So that's just... No. Wait. Could they all be originals? The weapon's prototypes? It might be possible. Legend and myth don't spring up from nothing. Plenty of myths share commonalities because someone or something served as their model for them. Legends, which get to the point of becoming the basis of worship, usually only take root in lands where they are said to take place. That's one of the reasons demonic swords and sacred swords reveal their true abilities in the lands they come from. So let's say there's something from before even that. What if various noble phantasms in mythology existed before they were known and named?
お前のマスターも捨てたものではないな。どうやら俺の正体に心当たりがあるらしい。
How did he figure that out just by looking at our fucking body sprawled on the ground? Saber turns to face me. She's so far away. I can't help her from so far away. I've finally gotten to the point where I can move, even if it's still difficult.
Saber!
本物だというのだろう。そう、単純な話だセイバー。最も古い時代、まだ世界が一つだった頃の話をしよう。
Adam.
その国は栄え、王はあらゆる財宝を収集した。集められぬものなどなく、足りぬものなどなかった。王は完璧な宝物庫を持ち、その中にある有象無象の武器は使われることなく王と共に眠りについた。要はそれだけの話だ。王の死後、宝物庫の中身は世界に散らばり、名剣であるがゆえに重宝され活躍し、いずれ宝具として扱われた。わかるか騎士王よ。お前たちの扱う宝具とやらは、もともとはその王の持ち物に過ぎないのだと。
It's like an inheritance. As long as you trace an object's history, the base or prototype will always exist. It only makes sense that every legend, myth, or noble phantasm passed down in each country as an original. Far enough back into the past, if one person collected all these prototypes, they could possess every noble phantasm. And that can only be one hero. A hero from the oldest legends far older than the legend of King Arthur or Heracles. The tyrant who ruled over ancient Mesopotamia. That's why I don't know shit about Mesopotamian culture. The king who was half god, half human, who collected all the world's treasures and eventually sought eternal youth. Oh! I mean, keep it a buck with you, I didn't actually know who the fuck, I don't really know anything about Gilgamesh. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all, chat. I don't know Gilgamesh is a weapon in Devil May Cry. I know that weapon kicks ass. Saber sounds like she's trying to keep the fear from her voice. Gilgamesh relishes her reaction.
いかにも。この身は貴様らでは叶うべくもない最強の英霊だ。
There's nothing else to discuss. All that's left now is for him to use his endless noble phantasms to annihilate his enemy.
ほう。我の名を知った上でまだ抗うか。今度こそ勝ち目がないと悟ったはずだが。
I know that guy, he uses a funny sword. I'm swinging me Dante.
やってみなければわかりません。いかに英雄王といえど、超えられぬものがあるはずだ。
The air around Saber wavers. I think this is a bad idea. Hold on. Before this happens, you guys are about to get hit with ads. Let me stop there real quick. That would be a terrible place for ads to kick in. As it does, her golden sword is revealed. I don't believe this. Does Saber intend to use Excalibur? Well, what the fuck choice does she have? Gilgamesh stops. He must know how powerful Saber's sacred sword is, because his self-assured composure falters. Saber glances toward me briefly, but her focus is on Gilgamesh now. Is she telling me to run while I have an opportunity? Gilgamesh's back is to the river, while Saber is over here with me. This position must be the result of our shuffling around earlier. Before I realize what's happening, Saber is facing Gilgamesh, protecting me.
ダメだ。こんなところで。
I try to force myself to move, and with all the strength I can muster in my numbed body, all I can manage is lifting a single arm. I use every bit of magical energy in my body to use that arm to push myself up. I've lost all sensation, but every bone in my body creaks as I begin moving. The pain is a warning. My body is coming apart at the seams, and if I move, that'll be it. I push myself to my feet, ignoring the warning. I try to endure the pain. I don't have time for it. What I need to do is to get to my feet as fast as I can and protect Saber. How? I have a really, really bad feeling about this. It's the same premonition I felt when I faced Gilgamesh myself. We can't beat him no matter what. My instincts keep telling me that I just can't let Saber fight him.
音に聞こえし聖剣か。いいだろう。
The swirling wind has become a raging vortex. Even in the face of the dazzling sword, Gilgamesh is unintimidated. On top of that,
では、こちらもふさわしいものを出さなければな。
he draws a straight sword from the gate behind him. That's where my premonition came from. The sword he has now doesn't exist in any legend. I can identify every one of the noble phantasms floating behind him, but I have no idea about that sword.
俺はすべての宝具の原型を持つ。だがそれらはすべて無名であり、俺しか持ち得ぬ武具というわけではない。
The sword itself is cylindrical. It consists of 3 segments, each rotating in different directions. Looks like a drill capable of piercing solid bedrock.
だがこれは違う。正真正銘、この英雄王しか持ち得ぬ剣だ。名などないのでな。俺はエアとだけ呼んでいるが。
純粋に宝具の力比べをすると。
Light flashes off their weapons. The two of them are still about 10 meters apart. Gilgamesh can't possibly avoid her attacks at this distance.
そうだ。なに、遠慮することはないぞ。最強と呼ばれるその剣。一度味わってみたくもあったからね。
I stopped it as best I could. If you can hear what that is now, I apologize. His laughter echoes in the space between them. Saber must have taken that as a provocation.
いいだろう。ならば我が剣、見事受け切ってみるがいい。
This is not gonna work. Saber moves. My lips form the soul's true name. There's no one right now. The noble phantasm, released when it was wielded, speaks its name, strikes mercilessly at Gilgamesh.
出番だ。起きるがいい。エア。
The cylindrical sword roars. In response to Gilgamesh's words, the 3 segments roar faster. If Saber's Excalibur summons a whirlwind by driving wind away, Gilgamesh's ear creates a gale by drawing in the wind. But Saber is more experienced with handling her anti-fortress noble phantasm. It's faster than air. Saber pours as much magical energy as possible and possibly can to her weapon in seconds, igniting its massive power. She doesn't hesitate. Saber unleashes the might of a sacred sword so powerful it could split a river in 2. Same moment. A light of matching intensity flares to meet Excalibur's attack. The impact is tremendous. Raging winds tear trees from the ground, the colliding lights are like an exploding sun blinding me. I'm on the verge of being carried off by the wind. I cling to the ground with my one functioning arm. It's all I can do to weather the storm of wind, light, and heat. How long will this go on? Their overwhelming attacks are so powerful, I fear they might split the world in two. But then... It suddenly ends with Saber surrounded by white light. And then Japan dies. The end. A crash breaks the unexpected silence. Something thuds into the ground beside me. I know what it is. Even half blind, I couldn't mistake what I'm seeing. She looks dead. She's a bloody mess. It's a good laugh. In the distance, the Golden Knight, completely unscathed, laughs like a madman.
人類最強の聖剣とやらもその程度か。人間の幻想など、所詮子供魂よな。
His laughter rises so high it seems to soar into the heavens. This must be hilarious to him. He's just smiling at himself, not even paying Saber any mind now that she's fallen.
Saber.
She doesn't answer. Blood spurts from her mouth as she tries to gasp. The world goes red. What was I doing? I knew this would happen. I knew Saber couldn't win against Gilgamesh, so why didn't I try to stop her? Even if I had to use a command spell.
しかし味気ない。完全にこちらの圧勝か。相殺することもできぬとは。拍子抜けだぞ、セイバー。ああ、そうか。
Ah, look, he's sexist.
手加減してやるべきだった。何しろ相手は女子供だったのだ。
Does this character have fucking fangirls when he's fucking sexist? He does have some issues, bro. His smug voice is grating. This is my fault. I thought she could win. As bad as a feeling as I had about this, I was sure Excalibur would win. I'm actually just not surprised that he didn't pull out his own Excalibur. I maybe have told her to stop, but my command spell didn't react. I obviously wasn't serious. If I'd been serious about protecting her, I could have used the command spell to make her escape, even if it was just her, and then there would have been at least been options for me to fight on my own. No, there wouldn't have.
ではいただくとするか。汚れてしまったが。何？いずれ同じ目に遭うのだ。ここで傷つこうと問題はあるまいよ。
His voice draws closer. Saber must have come too. I see her eyes open.
Saber, 無事か?
I can see her breathing, yet I'm still far enough away that I can't reach her. She lays still, but I can't run to her. All I can do is call out to her.
Saber! Saber! Saber!
Saber's mouth opens. She breathes in as if to ask for help, but even that isn't painful enough to send her into a coughing fit.
Shiro, そこにいるのですか?
Her voice is weak, and the question makes it clear she can't see me.
待ってろ。すぐに。
I can't very well say I'll help. I'm on the ground too, and can only move one arm. Can't even offer words of encouragement. At least she can't see me in this pathetic state.
ああ、そうか。負けたのですね。私は。
She tilts her head towards me, her eyelids lifeless.
申し訳ありません。
Her eyes.
どうか、あなただけでも逃げてください。マスター。
Saber coughs up blood. Anger seizes me, and I see red. I've been relying on Saber, and this is the result. It took one hit, and I can't even get up. Grab my head with my one hand that still works. I have every intention of crushing my head, so to pour all my strength so I can what? Pull the strength I can into my hand. switch fails. Instead of using one finger, I imagine a hammer to press the switch to change myself into a mage.
二度と使わないようにね。投影はあんたの手に余るから。
I hear Tosaka's voice. She said that trying to do magecraft beyond her abilities will destroy the caster's nerves and magic circuits. So what? Saber's more important than any of that. If I can't protect her, I don't need my head anyway. She saved me so many times. I've never cared about someone the way I care about her. So, I can't protect her, I'm better off dead. I hear the pounding of iron. The shattered bones of my body are being reinforced by magical energy. There's no holding back. Throw my switch open wide, ignoring my own limits, and generate as much magical energy as I can. My spine ignites and my entire body grows red hot. My brain feels like it's melting and I bite my tongue to endure it. That's not a good choice. My teeth sink into a fleshy muscle. I have to bite a hole in my tongue to remain conscious, so be it, if I have to. The footsteps stop. Gilgamesh-used laughter stops with them.
シロ、何をしているのです。ダメだ。そんなことをしたら体が。
She must sense something, even without being able to see. Saber screams and she tries desperately to push herself up. Something in me snaps. I stand up. My body tries to ignore my orders, but I begin to move with the help of the surge of magical energy I pour into it. It's like being set on fire and instinctively running towards water in hopes of surviving. I don't care. It's better than seeing Saber like that. Alright. With my mind very nearly burning up, I finally realized, from the beginning, I vowed to wield my sword because I didn't want her to get hurt.
逃げてと言っているのに、どうして。
I stopped the enemy from approaching. Saber is behind me on the ground. This is it. There's no way I can retreat now. I've restrained my panicking, burning body and focused my will. I need to imagine one single thing. Divide the projection into 8 sections and replicate the lost sword. There's something solid in my left hand. I don't even have to look. My second attempt at manufacturing the sword succeeds.
いえ、それでもダメだ。シロも分かっているはずです。
I guess she could see now?
勝てないと。動けるのなら、今は逃げるのだ。
逃げない。セイバーを迎えに来たんだ。なのに、一人で帰ることなんてできるもんか。
I ready the sword. I hold it in both hands. It's so much heavier than the bamboo sword. Glare at Gilgamesh.
やめてしろ。この男はそんな。
I ignore Saber's words and take a step forward. There's about 4 meters between us. If I rush at him with all my might, maybe I can cut him down. He doesn't move. Gilgamesh watches me for a moment and then laughs.
殺すか。
His voice is utterly devoid of emotion. I instinctively block the attack that comes my way. Dodge the surprise attack by swaying sideways. Too slow. If the first attack is a sudden gust, the barrage of attacks that follows is like a storm. Blocking is all I can do. Actually, I wouldn't have been able to block a single I wouldn't have even been able to block the first attack on my own. Fortunately, when I reproduced the sword, I also reproduced its memory. A sword that's been in so many battles gains a will of its own after all that experience. The sword must have already mastered that particular dance. I can't follow Gilgamesh's attacks, but the sword seems to be able to. That's kind of badass. Before I move my arm, the sword is already reacting to Gilgamesh's attacks. Let the sword guide me, and we managed to parry Gilgamesh's fierce attack. It doesn't last long. Every time I swing the sword, my fingers go numb, and I find myself gradually lagging more and more behind the sword's guidance.
雑種。見苦しいにも程がある。
Gilgamesh must not be able to tolerate even the slightest bit of resistance from me. See, I told you. Even if I die, if I piss him off just slightly, his day's ruined. I win. He glares hatefully at me and he backs up just the slightest bit. I'm saved. If he kept attacking, I wouldn't have lasted another second. I'll try to catch my breath. Then...
薄汚い偽物め。それほどそれが気に入ったのならば、本物を見せてやろう。
Yeah, I told you. I figured he had the real thing. He draws a sword. It looks familiar. The decorations are different, though. Thought that went into making that sword, as well as its soul, are too similar to this sword.
まさかこの剣の原型。
そうだ。だが宝具としての精度は比べるまでもないぞ。お前が持つ王を選定する岩に刺さった剣は、北欧に伝わる支配を与える木に刺さった剣が流れたものだが、これはその原型。王を選定するという聖剣の大元だ。
Is he saying he's holding the original model for the sword of the Tree of Supremacy, the Norse hero Sigmund's demonic sword Garab? Actually, no.
親には勝てん。天輪を続けるごとに劣化する複製は原型にはかなわぬということだ。
Light flares from the blade. The sword understands perfectly that this is the same attack which killed Berserker in a single strike. It must be protecting its owner. The sword in my hand moves toward the enemy's sword more fiercely, more powerfully than ever. The noble phantasm is called Caliburn, the golden sword of assured victory, but it shatters instantly in the face of Merodach, the original sin. That's a badass name, Merodach, the original sin. I hear something sliding along the ground. It's faint rustling sound. Is the park ground slippery? Roll across the ground like a bit of trash in the wind before I finally come to a stop. The voice tells me that I'm still alive.
セイバー、割と近くに。
I thought I'd been blown away, but it doesn't matter since Saber's here. And then, as long as I can stand up, I run to her. I glance at my arm. It's red. My arm is covered in some sort of sticky red membrane, but there's no blood coming from it. Super shouts to reach me as I lay there staring at my arm. Looks like my torso is what's hurt. That single attack. I'm pretty sure Gilgamesh's sword is what sent me flying. That at least explains why I'm injured. No wonder Seeper's so upset. The only thing I can move is my right hand. The left hand doesn't move. I'm not even sure what happened to my left hand. I assume it like burned and fucking got cauterized. Now they're both a mess indeed. I can't even breathe. A diagonal slash covers my torso, starting from my left shoulder. The slash runs all the way through my body, separating parts of me like a mismatched building blocks. I look like a Jinko leaf. I've been cut open from shoulder to hip. It's actually creepy I'm still alive right now. I don't think this miraculous survival is going to last that long. I'm conscious right now, but my vision is already starting to narrow. Besides, even the tiniest movement will send my organs tumbling out of my torso. How do you beat Gilgamesh? Like, you just have to create a weapon that's new, that he can't have, that beats everything that he has, right? That's the only way to beat him? You have to create something new. Besides, okay, I read that. Maybe I really am dead. Maybe my consciousness or my ghost or something is just hanging around watching what's unfolding.
なんだ、見事に散らばったと思ったが存外にしぶといのだな。なるほど。生き汚さだけが雑種の取り柄というわけか。
Tell me to get a small pee-pee? He laughs. I'm grateful for it, honestly. The more horribly grating for that laughter is, the harder my consciousness fights to cling to my physical body.
だがそこまでだ。貴様に獅子は似合わん。その女は俺がもらう。
More footsteps. This time, he's going to take Saber for sure. I don't know why we would ever choose Don't Get Up, but... Hot there. He would agree. His legends has to do with betting so many wives on their wedding night. The gods made someone to go beat the crap out of him. That's really funny. I pull all my strength that I have left into my one good arm. I try to grip the ground with my sticky, slippery arm as a lever upright, even as if on the verge of literally splitting apart. For a brief second, I see Saber's face. She's on the brink of tears. In that moment, I'm proud to know falling in love with her wasn't a mistake. Force myself out. Neither of my legs work. The magical energy that barely kept my body moving is gone. All that remains is my faint heartbeat and the throbbing of my organs trying desperately to continue functioning.
ほう、未練か。だろうな。あれはお前には過ぎた宝だ。その気持ちはわからんでもない。ならばこそ他の男の手に奪われるのは悔しかろう。
Too far. He goes too far. Can't listen to another second of this shit.
だから、奪うとか、奪われるとか、セイバーを物みたいに。
I pour what energy I can into my right arm. Feels like it's made of lead. My body creaks in protest, but begins to obey. I push myself up to one knee. I take a deep breath, trying to focus on what strength I have left. Every time I move, I feel my organs shifting around as if with minds of their own. It doesn't matter if it's pointless. I can't let him just do whatever he wants. Fuck this guy. Saber sounds like she's denouncing me. She's far away. In the distance, I can see her staring at me, sad and forlorn. I don't really have a reason. I just don't like you. I push everything from my mind to focus on making my body move. Saber's voice is just a distraction. The malicious laughter, the pathetic state my body is in, none of that is my biggest obstacle right now. It's Saber. Right now, it's Saber. Hearing her say that, seeing her looking like that, it's almost enough to make me give up. Finally, I feel life flood into my knees. Now all I need to do is get to my feet.
あなたの助けなどいりません。敗北した以上、私はすでにあなたの剣ではないんです。このまま消えるのがサーバントとして当然の結末ではないですか。
It's Saber's voice. Damn. If you keep saying that, if you keep making this even harder, I'll get mad, even at you.
ただ、やめてください、シロ。それ以上はダメだ。本当に死んでしまう。こんなことであなたに死なれたら、私は。
I can't keep listening to this. She has no idea how I feel.
うるさい。いいから少しは黙ってろ。こういう時くらい頼っていいんだよ。お前は。
それは違う、シロ。優先順位を間違えないでほしい。私の身などどうでもいい。そんなものより、あなたは自身の命を第一にするべきだ。
She's pleading with me. Using Scalapur on him for the funny. I have to change my name to Alucard. Knowing that I'm responsible for the agonized sound of her voice makes me want to give up right now. But
俺にはセイバー以上に欲しいものなんてない。
Can't allow myself to give in to her play. Saber gapes at me. I'm not sure why, but I remember something. She once told me that I was a fool who didn't know the value of my own life. I think she's right. For someone who can't help themselves but try to help someone else is a little presumptuous. They're really only doing it for their own happiness, while the person they're meant to be helping may not be half so pleased. Someone's first priority should be themselves. The people who think like that are the ones who can truly be happy, and so they can then share that happiness with other people as well.
俺は確かに自分の命を感情に入れてない大バカだ。
I've been wrong about the most important thing in my life. From that day, the place in my heart where whatever is most important to me should have been was empty. But I'm grateful for that abnormality, because now that empty space is filled with the person I truly want to save.
けどな、セイバー。もし俺が自分の命が一番大事だったとしても変わらない。きっとそれ以上にセイバーは綺麗なんだ。お前に変わるものなんて俺の中には一つもない。
And then I realized it wasn't that I was sympathetic towards her, the girl in my dreams, the girl who fought and died alone, who I felt was never rewarded for all she did. I was in awe of her. I thought she was beautiful beyond words. The vivid image of her taking her sword and charging into battle, never looking back, was awe-inspiring.
そうだ。だから。
That's why I need to protect you, Saber. You were alone your entire life, so now I have to make sure you're not swallowed up by the darkness in your last moments. Yep, once this is all over, on the verge of your death, I hope you can go into your eternal slumber proud of what you did with your life. No more hesitation. My objective is clear.
ごめんな。俺、セイバーが一番好きだ。だから、あんな奴にお前は渡さない。
I regret the apology as soon as I give it. But I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that now, of all times, because the words could come straight from my heart. I sense her gasping. I want to turn around to see her face, but no. I can't really see anymore anyway. I stand up. As long as my heart is still beating, I can keep fighting. Magical energy is life. As long as it flows through me, I can create as many swords for her as she needs.
よく立った。で、その後は何があるのだ?
I feel scorching heat in my right hand. Here, on the brink of death, I'm reminded of what happened 10 years ago. It's a terrible illusion. I feel just like I did when I was in the fire, reaching a hand out and hoping for it to be saved.
うせろ。お前にセイバーは任せられない。
That's right. Excalibur was from fucking Final Fantasy VII, not or from Final Fantasy, not from fucking Castlevania. I know that you're probably not going to head into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on PC. I'll tell this to go commercial of that game and use Excalibur I found on the way to make it through 2,000 damage, even though it does 1 damage. Yes, of course, naturally. This isn't my sword. I say that as I raise my right hand.
たわけ、誰が貴様の許しを得るか?
Gilgamesh raises his sword. I hear Saber far behind me. I ignore her and use my remaining magical energy to produce a sword once more. The light stops me. A vortex of light rushes at me. It's not as strong as Excalibur, but it still burns away anything it touches. When the heat scorches my body, I don't think about my death. I think about Saber somewhere behind me. This will kill her as well as me. I at least need to protect her then. I said it's what I do. It's what I always wanted to do. She's strong, but at the same time, I could break at any moment. What? She's strong, but at the same time could break at any moment. She needs me. She's like a drawn sword, so to make sure she doesn't get hurt, I'll sheath her. Avalon. Before I realize what's going on, the sword is in my right hand. I'm not sure who said that, but there's a brief hesitation. At the same moment, the invincible knight in gold takes a step backwards. Saber takes my hand. The vortex of light fades. Saber is right beside me. Before me is Gilgamesh, eyes open and bleeding. I don't know what happened, but I realize it's just like the Berserker battle. Saber is using whatever I made and it destroyed Gilgamesh's arm. Ram? The two titanic beams of light collide before one overwhelms the other, and we manage to truly wound the man who, until now, had been completely unscathed. He radiates murderous intent. It is terrifying. In spite of that ferocious murderous rage, Golden King leaves without a word. About time the god bleed? Do you bleed, Gilgamesh? There's no time to be surprised. I have no idea why he just left, but even as I feel myself slipping into unconsciousness, I know the battle's over. My knees buckle. The tension that kept me upright fades and I collapse. Saber hurries forward and catches me. I slip down onto my rear. Supported by Saber, I look over my body. I can't help but cry out. My body is torn to pieces. I should have been killed in that instant. Gilgamesh laid me open from shoulder to hip. My healing power must be what's got me clinging to life, but even that has its limits. I'm practically split in two. Can't possibly recover from this. I'm not even sure if I'm breathing, and everything is starting to go dark. My end is near. The only good thing to come from this is that Saber is okay. My wounds are fatal, but it looks like Saber was just exhausted. She's disarmed and her wounds are already healed. Even if I end up having to drop out of the war, I'm sure Tosaka can take care of the rest. I hear the sound again. The sound of creaking bones is coming from me. Curious, I look down at my wounds. I see a myriad of swords, or I see what looks like tons of blades converging, layering on top of each other, trying to knit together my broken body. I feel faint. It looks like every muscle and bone in my body is made from swords. Next moment, they're gone. My body looks normal, and what I thought I saw a moment ago must have been an illusion. My body is made of swords, baby. Oh shit! Our protagonist was Sword Princess the whole entire time. From Slay the Princess, chat. It's more like restoration than healing. Looking at it, feel a surge of disgust rather than fascination. Looks like I'm going to make it, but this is just too.
よかった。この分なら死ぬことはなさそうですね、マスター。
I hear Saber's voice at my ear. She's really close.
いや、それは助かるけど、俺の体、一体。
Want to ask what's going on with my body? I want to ask what's going on with my body, but I'm suddenly overcome with dizziness. And then my body is enveloped in a soft embrace.
いいえ、私には分かりました。傷が癒されるのは当然です。
I can't stay awake. Produce too much magical energy. A worn-out mind just wants to sleep now. I don't know how strong it was, but Saber moves closer and wraps her arms around me. She embraces me tight.
やっと気づいた。 シローは私の鞘だったのですね。
Her words penetrate deep into my tired mind. The sensation is so comforting, and the least of my remaining consciousness fades away. Last? Reading what? Again, why did I become like completely dyslexic all of a sudden? I finally realize I'm safe, and so I yield my body to sleep. Before sleep takes me, I find myself thinking with a little foolish sadness that this scene could be better if our positions were reversed. He's trying so desperately to not be a bottom, chat. Are we done? Okay. I'll do a little bit more and then we'll end it for the final time. I see that red hill once again. The red memory. I dive deeper into her memory and realize I'm seeing it for the last time. It's a memory of a certain night that I have seen many times already. After becoming a king and killing her will so that she could devote herself to the will of her nation, her days were now marked by the resentment of her trusted knights. Every time she won a battle, Altria was made to fight more battles she didn't want. She continued to hide her sex, which heaped more suspicion onto her. All that awaited the isolated girl was rebellion at the hands of her own family. The young knight took over the nation while the king was away on an expedition. The knight's name was Mordred. The knight, son of Altria's older sister, Morgan, was in fact the king of the knight's own son. Was in fact the king of knight's own son. What? Oh, got it. That read very strangely, but yeah, I got it. Altria was never able to have children as a woman, but Mordred had her blood coursing through his veins. I'm not clear on what happened to make this possible, but Altria's older sister Morgan loathed her for becoming king. Mordred was created as a clone and served the king without knowing who his father was. Mordred sought an opportunity to take the throne himself, ultimately going so far as to organize a revolt. The revolt would end in what later became known as the Battle of Camelon, the final battle and the end of King Arthur. King Arthur learned of Mordred's betrayal during her expedition and returned with her weary army to invade her own lands. She defeated many of the knights who used to serve her. She attacked the lands she once defended. I can't read this. The combat between the two of them ended in the king's victory. The knight was not unharmed. Mordred was bound by a powerful curse and swung his sword even after dying, inflicting a fatal wound on the king. And so that battle ended. It was the end of her, the king once known as the king of knights. It must have been heart-wrenching. And the battles she fought were painless. Every one of the 12 battles she fought was intense, but this final one was her greatest loss. She returned to her homeland only to have to destroy her own army. She was forced to punish the knights who once served her, and had to watch those knights who remained loyal to her die. And in the end, she had to kill her own son. I had no idea what was going through her head in that moment. But I had to pray. I had to pray for the lone knight who tried to remain the king until the very end. I pray that this dream of her I pray that this dream of her just before her death is the kind of dream a girl named Altria would want to see. I imagine that JoJo meme plays where Jotaro was going, still alive. What the hell? I opened my eyes. I don't know when I got back, but I'm in my room lying on my futon.
ああ、気がついたのですね、シロ。
セイバー、俺はどうして？
あれから今まで眠っていたのです。体の方はほぼ完治していますから心配には及びません。
そうか。それはいいけど。
But what about Saber? She used Excalibur. She must be running low on magical energy since she probably healed herself too.
セイバー、ずっと俺の手当てを。
手当てといっても汗を拭く程度です。私はリンのように人の傷を見ることはできませんから。
That's a weird skill for you specifically to not have. You would think you of all people would have the ability to treat wounds, but whatever. Maybe, or at least crudely, but maybe not, whatever.
バカ、そんなことしなくていいんだ。今は俺よりセイバーの方が辛いだろう。
そのようなことはありません。シローに比べれば私は軽症です。
Beta speak. I'm enjoying myself. How you doing, Nuck?
しかし今のは聞き捨てなりませんね。いくら傷が塞がったと言ってもシローは死んでもおかしくない傷だったのです。今は自分の体を案じてください。
Saber reaches for a basin of water that sits beside her. She draws a towel out and wrings it before wiping me off with the cool water. Honestly, what she does mostly is just embarrass me. Watching Unlimited Blade work. I will have you know that I don't know anything about Fate. What we've played in the game is what I know. So, I know Unlimited Blade work is probably just the actual like anime or remake of the anime. Easy. Thank you for the follow. I'm just saying to watch what you say. That's basically what that was getting to.
今は元気かもしれないけど、エクスカリバーを使ったんだ。セイバーの方こそ休んでなくちゃダメじゃないか。そんなんじゃまた倒れちまうだろ
う。まあ、それはそうなのですが、今は私の方が元気ですから。マスターの傷が癒えるまで、私が守るのは当然でしょう。
It's also rare for someone to get into Fate via the VN since most Westerners are anime only. You say that as if you're not a Westerner. Are you not a Westerner? She's got me there. When she says it like that, I can't really do anything but agree.
分かったよ。俺もしっかりと休むから、セイバーもちゃんと休んでくれ。セイバーが休んでくれないと、俺も落ち着いて眠れない。
それはそうですね。私とて睡眠を取らねばならぬ身ですから。
Simran nods in agreement, then rings the towel and hangs it over the edge of the basin. I want a basin. I know it's just a bucket, but like, I do my best to swallow my embarrassment and watch Saber tend to me.
それでは、私も先に休ませていただきます。
I do recommend the animes, maybe after. We do watch anime on in the Discord, so I don't know, maybe if people want to. I mean, that'd probably be easier for Wheeze to follow. I'm indeed a Westerner, but did I read this? But Fate has a huge issue of being no expert for you for 2 decades. That sucks.
オンミ、くれぐれもお大事に。おやすみなさい。言いそびれましたが、礼を言います、シロ。あなたが助かって本当によかった。
There, under the moonlight, I see Saber smile. The smile seems fragile. Maybe because of the pale moonlight. Before I get a good look, the door closes. When Saber disappears into our room, I'm stricken by a sudden sense of relief. Or maybe loneliness? I regret not telling her to stay here and just take my futon while I use my arm as a pillow, but that would be too much for her. How do you know? It sounds like it'd be too much for you. I love all the anime, but the anime either has budget issues in regards to Studio Dean or cutting a lot of important content, which is the newer I'm not actually sure how to pronounce this. Ufotable? Did you spell it wrong? I don't know what that is. It has adaptation issues. Besides, if we did that, it reminded me of that night. UFO table? I don't know what that is. Please explain. I shake off the image that works its way into my mind. Too many things have happened today. Feels like an entire week has gone by just today. My date with Saber was more challenging than fun, and then we got into an argument, and I left, abandoning Saber. And then Japan exploded. No, I shouldn't think about that until I've completely recovered. Not only do we have to deal with Gilgamesh, we also need to defeat Lancer, and whoever his master is. UFO Table are the animation studio behind many of the Fate Stay Night adaptations. Fate Zero, more popularly Demon Slayer. I read the Demon Slayer manga. Like, I did watch the first couple episodes and it was pretty and everything, but like I get frustrated with how slow stuff goes, so I start reading the manga. We need to rest, recover, and regroup so we can be at our best, or else we don't have a chance of winning. This only happened a few hours ago. I think Saber said something about me being her sheath. At the time, I couldn't ask what she meant. It was a wreck and near passing out. I can't fall asleep. Saber's dream, face resolute even on the brink of death, overlaps with the sight of Saber tending to me. Then I hear her voice saying goodnight. Image her frail profile, and her smile is burned into my mind. It's not a smile I saw in any of my dreams of her life. She says it makes her happier when she sees me smile. It just drives me nuts. I'm not sad, just exasperated. I don't know why it annoys me so much that I actually find myself getting angry. I punch my futon. The desire to lash out in the face of this frustration just completely overwhelms me. They are known for bonkers fight scenes and pretty visuals, but Fate Stay Night, they heated almost all the inner monologues. I actually think that's probably for the better in terms of adaptations. Adaptations of like visual novels and books probably don't need inner monologues. There are exceptions to that, but I think in most cases they probably don't need inner monologues.
Shiro, 体の具合が悪いのですか?
A concerned voice drifts from the other side of the closed door. Her breathing is heavy, so she must think I'm having trouble sleeping.
いや、大丈夫。それよりも、まだセイバーは起きてるのか?
It's been 2 minutes.
はい。ですが、本当にシロの方はよろしいのですか? まだ苦しいのでしたら、そちらに行きますが。
All the pent-up feelings I've been barely holding back will come rushing to the forefront if I see Saber now.
セイバー、少しだけ話いいか?
The good ones balance out the inner monologues and showing stuff. Steins Gate anime is perfect visual novel adaptation to anime, though. See, I disagree with you. I have not actually seen the anime yet, and I probably won't, to be honest. But I really do not like the art style that the Steins Gate anime uses. It feels way too dry and gray. I really don't like it. I agree about the art style, though. Hugh's art style is too complicated for anime. All right.
はい。このままでよろしければ。
We start talking through the sliding door. Since I can't actually see her, I think we'll finish this conversation in the one stream. But for people who just showed up, I have played all of the game beforehand. It is up on YouTube if you want to catch my stuff from the beginning. If you hit exclamation point archive, you should be able to get the link to the YouTube channel. They pulled it off with Black Rock Shooter, but damn, I haven't seen that since I was in middle school. But that was an action-oriented anime. Steins Gate is not. There you go. You can check out all me playing other games such as Steins Gate, or if you want to see me play this game from the beginning, there you go. There's the link for it. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Since I can't actually see her, I think back on that smile, last expression I saw on her face. She looks so happy. And when I think of it, I find myself getting more frustrated rather than less. I don't know why I'm getting so warm. I still need to talk to Saber. I have to tell her that even if I don't have the right answer, she's still wrong. My voice trembles. My tongue feels heavy in my mouth. Once I say it, I won't be able to take it back. I'm fully aware of that.
もういい。いいから。お前は自分のために笑わないと。
Some unknown force forces the words from me.
シロ、そんな、どうして？
This shouldn't even be a question. I'll just keep repeating myself until you realize it.
セイバー、もう十分なんじゃないのか。お前は頑張ったんだろう。一人で戦い抜いたんだろう。なら、セイバーが幸
This
せ
is
に
ending
ならないなん
credits
て
music,
嘘
and
だ。
I'm confused.
お前は立派に誓いを果たした。なら、このままアルトリアに戻ってもいいはずだ。
何を言うかと思えば、まだそんなことを言うのですか、あなたは。
ああ、ずっと言い続ける。そんなの惚れちまったんだから仕方ないだろう。だからセイバーは、いや、お前はアルトリアに。
I suppressed the sudden surge of emotion, on the verge of breaking down. If only Saber would just say something, even a single word.
シロ、私を困らせないでほしい。そのようなことを言われても、私は。
Her answer is unchanged. My heart aches from her determination.
シロは私の過去を知って、私の中に何度も入ってきた。私の答えなどあなたは知っているはずなのに、どうしてそこまで私に構うのです。私がどれほどの罪を重ねてきたのか、あなたは見てきたはずなのに。
Yeah, I have. Many people were sacrificed in the name of the king, many enemies killed. I have no intention of pretending that didn't happen. Still, knowing this, I want Aunt Ultria to be happy.
それがどうした？この感情が何かは知らない。俺はただセイバーをこのままにしておけないだけだ。セイバーは笑ってくれ。俺はもっとずっとセイバーと一緒にいたい。
Such a childish confession of love, with her answer as the sun stretches out between us. What Saber might be doing or how she might be reacting behind the closed door, I have no idea. Are words even getting through to her?
私の答えは変わりません。王の誓いは破れない。ふさわしくなかったとはいえ、私は王として国を任せられた。その責務を果たせなかったというのに、そんな自由は許されない。
Her voice is so sad, I can't stand it anymore. I don't want to hear the solitary oath Ultria took when she became king. I already know it. I know this frustration wasn't just so I could hear her lamentations. I kick the futon covers. The only thing between me and Saber is a sliding door leading to her room.
シロ、
The door slides softly as I open it. My mind goes blank. What was I so angry about? Why was I so sad? Before me, I see the trembling eyes on the verge of tears. I see a slender neck. Stop using the word slender, please. It's driving me fucking crazy. Do use a different adjectives, for the love of God. And shoulders so thin they seem to be in danger of snapping in a breeze. And I see her golden hair splashed with moonlight, just like when we first met. Without even thinking, I'm embracing her. I'll hold her so tight that I might break her. It's different from that night. I didn't feel like this back then. This may sound ridiculous, even though I was aspiring to be a champion of justice. I never fell in love. There was never someone I couldn't let go of.
Saber.
It's like she might disappear if I don't hold her tightly enough. I'm not sure how long I hold her, but if I relax my embrace, after reminding myself that no, she won't disappear. I read that strangely, but I relaxed my embrace after reminding myself that no, she won't disappear. Fun fact, The Weeknd used to use the Fate Stay Night 2006 audio as a sample in the original version of Coming Down. I did not know that. Did he do that on purpose? Is he a fan?
シロ、突然に何を。これは一体どういうことですか。こんなことをされても、私は。
She moves slightly in my arms. Her lips tremble. She's about to say something I don't want to hear. So I place my lips over hers to silence her. She trembles in my arms. I'm looking at Saber, but I'm not seeing anything. My sense of touch has grown so much more sensitive, I can feel the softness of Saber's lips. Our lips part. Saber places a hand on my chest and pushes me away gently. She wants to say it was a mistake. Saber looks at me on the verge of tears.
間違いなんかじゃない。何度だって言うぞ。セイバーが好きで、このまま話すことなんてできない。それが嫌なら言ってくれ。俺とはマスターとサーバントの関係に過ぎないと断言して否定してくれていい。
卑怯な、そのようなことを口にしろというのですか。あなたは。
ああ、セイバーがはっきり言わない限りもう我慢しないからな。セイバーが拒まないんなら俺はやりたいようにやるだけだ。
Even if I can only make her forget her vow to be king for a moment. Neither of us says anything for what feels like a long time. Keep holding Saber, feeling her soft slender. Stop! She's still tense, unsure of herself. All I can hear is her breathing and her heart's beating. How many times did our hearts beat against each other? She pushes her a little harder on my chest.
あなたの気持ちには応えられない。あなたがその正しさを変えられないように、私にも変えられないものがある。
What does that mean?
せめて許されるとしたら、それは。
A pause makes my heart ache. He bites her lip, trembling as if confessing that what we did that night was not permitted. And yet, body offers no resistance, and hesitation in her eyes tells me something. Just one night, she's telling me of a hope she can feel. What? She's telling me of a hope she feels cannot be fulfilled. She wants to stay like this until the night ends.
Saber, 俺は。
With my hand trying to embrace her, Saber takes hold of it.
宝具を使いましたから。白から力をもらわないと、私は戦えません。
Why? Her hushed voice, asking for permission, falls silent. I have no words. The line of reasoning is so transparent that it's the best she could do to ask for a wish to come true.
ああ、そうだったな。けど、ちゃんと動いてるのか、あれ。
はい。今でも白からの供給は続いています。ですから、回復するためには、こうして。
Our bodies have to be close. That's all we can do. This is as close as we can be because she's still bound by her oath. I can't break that. Yes, you can. Well, don't, but you know. Saber moves in my arms. I don't know what to do with the heat, her pressed against me. Holding Saber's. Stop using the word slender. Jesus Christ. Pick a different adjective. Here, I'll pick one for you. Let's see. Let's find out. We have slim, we have lean, we have willowy, we have sylph-like, sylvette, lissom, graceful. I don't like the one snake-hipped. Rangy, that's bad. modest, scant, sparse, literally just using the word little. Use a different adjective other than fucking slender. Jesus Christ. Holding Saber's body in my arms makes my heart beat faster. And I'm ashamed of her getting agitated. You should be ashamed of that. Not in this situation where it should be happening. Saber's cheeks practically glow red. She looks so embarrassed.
お願いです。今晩は共にあなたと眠らせてください。ケンとサヤは共にあればその力を取り戻しやすい。それにあの儀式と同じようにより心身を近づければ。
I nod silently. I'm much happier than I am embarrassed. I get to spend the night with Saber in my arms. Our bodies may not touch more than they are now, but we can be more intimate with our hearts.
では、シロ、今夜は私が支度をしますので、先に部屋に戻っていただけませんか?
Saber stands up. Can't bear to let her go, but we can't stay like this forever. So I head back through the sliding door to my room. I turn back to look at Saber before I slide the door shut. Feels like I'm doing something wrong though, so I close the door quickly. I do not know why, but I find myself sitting on top of my futon. My mind won't slow down. It's practically doing somersaults just at the thought of sleeping with Saber. Ha! This is for her, to help her, to grant one small wish of hers. If I keep granting these small wishes for her, it'll add up, and maybe Saber will learn to smile. But the war is nearing its end. I don't know how much time we have left to keep doing this. Sliding door opens. I shake away my depressing thoughts, circling my head and look at Saber. Turn around at her and she's... Where the fuck did you get the nightie from? I quietly gulp. Also, your hair is much longer than I thought it was. I know it was like tied up, but like... She's a figure of pure white in the darkness. Seeing her, all that restless worry I felt melts away. She's just too beautiful. My heart is unclouded now. It's not that it's strange. Where did you get it?
いや、そんなことない。ただ眩しくて困ったんだ、きっと。
I mutter something unintelligible about how difficult it makes things when a girl's too pretty. Even if I explained it to Saber, she probably wouldn't understand, but my mind's practically shorted out.
そちらに行ってもよろしいですか、シロ?
No. For the first time, I realize she has beautiful... I'm not reading this. You can't make me read this. You cannot pay me to read this. While Saber walks across the tatami mat floor to get close, I get off the futon and pull the blanket back. I realize I'm one pillow short for the two of us sleeping together, but it's too late. Saber and I sit side by side next to the futon. One room, one futon, but Saber's with me. I shouldn't be having any impure thoughts, but my face feels like it's on fire. I can't even look at Saber.
お先にどうぞ、シロ。
いや、セイバーこそ先に。
Well, we're not going to get anywhere like this. So I hurry into the futon to make room for Saber. I thought I would give her a pillow, but she gently pushes it back to me.
これはシロに。私はその腕を枕にさせてください。
Our arm is going to go numb. Don't worry, Chet, it's all for the greater good. Hello, life. We're about to not have sex. You're also about to get hit with ads, sorry. Her words, barely a whisper, making my heart skip a beat. Saber is surprisingly calm as she nestles into my arms. It's like she settled herself more... She settled herself... What? She settled in herself more than I am holding her. A blade in its sheath. I remember Saber's words. Saber's about to drift off, pillowed on my arm, like a sword in its sheath. Her warm, soft scent so close and becomes rather than excites me. Saber's hand reaches for my hand, take it inside the blanket and entwine my fingers with hers. We drift off to sleep in silence, and we didn't have sex. For that, call out to her as she lays beside me. I want to ask her at the end. I want to hear it again why I desire. I want her to hear it again why I desire her so much.
これなら朝までには魔力の補充ができる。これで明日からあなたのサーバントとして戦えます。
And then a sudden jump scare begins as Gilgamesh kicks the door open.
今はそれだけです。シロ、私の役割はあなたの身を守りきり、聖杯を手にすることだけです。
それは
そうでしょう、シロ。この戦いを終わらせるために戦うと決めたのだから。
In the original VN, they slept together for this part, but of course they took it out. Oh, I'm aware. I was very worried about that, actually. I got this ready just in case. Just in case I got that ready. I can't argue that point. If we want to solve our problem, we first need to end this war. To start, I won't be able to protect Saber unless I defeat the man who's after her. But is there really a way for us to defeat the King of Heroes? You did something that hurt him and he fucked off. The two of us lie quiet. We look out into the tranquil darkness. I don't know how much time passes. My eyelids grow heavy. My body cries out for rest. But our entwined fingers stay warm.
Saber.
はい。考えるのは明日にしましょう。シロ、明日になれば良い案が浮かぶかもしれませんし。それに。
She just wants to sleep together like this. She holds my hand gently and she says so.
そうだな。俺もそうしたかった。
ええ。おやすみなさい、シロ。目を覚ましたら、またいつもの私たちに戻りましょう。
I lean my face close to hers and close my eyes. The thing I see is Saber smiling warmly. I don't care if that moment of vulnerability was only for tonight. The hand holding mine right now is so warm. So warm. It's more than enough for me, really. I fall into a satisfied sleep. The end of battle. Once everything is over, I'm not sure I can keep holding this hand. Then silence settles in. Save the game? Nah, I'm good. Now this kind of sucks, but we are stopping there. Because, you know, I can't let this VOD get too much longer. This is already long enough. We've been streaming for 8 hours now. We're gonna go right into Soul Nocturnus. We were here the other day. Why not, right? We never actually talked to them before, but we've met on Kilpsy's. Was it Kilp? No, it was live stream. We met on live stream, so we're gonna go right into him. He's playing Nier Automata. I will probably be in the Discord tomorrow. Or I think the plan is to continue watching Hajime no Ippo. So if you're done in the Discord, by all means. If you want to watch us, want to finish Nier Automata with us, or Nier Automata, finish Hajime no Ippo with us. There you go. There's that. Is there anything else that I wanted to say? Thursday, I will be having a late stream because that is podcast day. And then I don't know what we're doing Friday. I assume we're close to the end of the game, so maybe I'll just do that. But yeah, that's the plan. I will see you guys tomorrow in the Discord. I hope everyone has a great night. Thanks for hanging out with me. And if you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. Later.